I'm so stoked to take first place here in Prea. I didn't know what to expect. There's quite a few new faces here attending to this contest, and yeah, I was like pretty overwhelmed by the level from the girls compared to the start of the tour, and everybody's really been ripping. The wind has been amazing, and I've been riding a 6 meter, and yeah, I just started getting more and more comfortable throughout the rounds, and yeah, like I hoped I could make a first place, but I really didn't expect it, so it makes it extra good.
In the final, we had local boy wonder kid Camille Delonois, who's been unbeatable at this event. Ayrton was struggling in the beginning, had a good start, had a couple of really nice kite loops, but then didn't really find his feet, and Camille did not miss the opportunity to go up against Ayrton, going trick to trick, getting some nice doubles, some nice kite loops, and coming up with a win. And what better place to do it than here in his hometown with his whole family on the beach rooting for him.
I'm feeling so good right now, like to be on my own spot and to win the single elimination. I couldn't be happier, you know. I'm just feeling so good, and I'm just hope to do the same result as the double. But yeah, right now I'm just gonna enjoy, and I'm so happy.
The men's level is just getting better and better. It's amazing to see the progression, especially after 2 months of no competition. The guys brought it. In the mini final, Mitu Monteiro there once again against the Aussie James Carew. Both these riders went trick for trick. James going really high, landing one of the new moves, back loop tic-tac kite loop, and also with a flip in it for the first time in his heat. He was stoked, and Mitu putting a load of combinations up until the final seconds in the heat. Mitu had the upper hand, and James just pulling through in the end, getting that third position for James Carew and fourth for Mitu Monteiro.
So windy today, landed like 2 new tricks I've never even tried before. Oh, I'm so stoked. So happy to get there with Mitu again. Feels amazing. Phew.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Prea Beach for day 3 of action of the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour. This is round 6 of a 7-stop World Tour, and this is a pure strapless freestyle event. We've seen some fantastic action in the last 2 days and have rattled through the men's and women's single elimination. And yesterday afternoon, we got through half of the men's double elimination. Just to refresh you on that format, single elimination gives all riders one chance, and by the end of the single elimination contest, we have a winner. The winner of that goes through to the final of the double elimination. So that's what we're getting through at the moment. It's going to be the men's up next. The winner of the men's single elimination was Camille Delanoy from France, who has lived here in Prea with his family for the last 7 years. So it was an emotional win for him yesterday. He beat Ayrton Cuzzolino. I mean, what a time to rise to the occasion. Ayrton has only been beaten 3 times in pure strapless freestyle competition in the last 3 years. And it's only Machi Lopez who's managed to beat him. So definitely a score there for Camille. He is riding high, barely put a foot wrong. The conditions here for him, he says, are absolutely perfect. 25 knots by the afternoon, and that is pure performance conditions, Joe. And yeah, Camille was pretty emotional yesterday when he won. Yalu won the women's single elimination against a rising competitor who was, took us all by surprise, first time in competition. Sabine Boucaliers from Belgium.
No, we're both riding really well. It's really good to see both Camille and Jalou coming out on top, and especially some of the surprises and some of the new riders coming up that we haven't heard about, and really good to see them pushing the veterans to go those extra heights. And yeah, the women's super final, really good, both riders going really well. And then obviously local boy Camille Delanoy, smile on his face. Even his grandma was here on the beach to watch his heat. So like we said yesterday, positive pressure, and great to see them performing throughout the day.
Yep, so we're looking at a bit of a low tide at the start this morning. You can see where the high tide line comes up to. It will be up there by this afternoon. And as it comes in, we'll get more and more kickers coming in, giving the riders some great ramps to boost off. And more importantly, I guess the wind is a little bit stronger this morning, Joe. So
it's looking like it's a bit stronger there.
Yeah. Especially for this time in the morning, we're expecting it to peak around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, usually around 30 knots. It is like clockwork over here. The hairdryer kicks in on time. And yeah, pretty much perfect for strapless freestyle. A lot of the riders say that 25 to 30 knots is ideal for them when you're riding without foot straps. Obviously, there's a lot of technicality in keeping the board with you around some big rotations and in terms of the shove-its and things like that. But 25 to 30 knots seems to be the best compromise between allowing big performance and helping them in terms of their control. So we look forward to what's coming up, and another full days of action, no doubt, Joe. On your screen there is Alan Trancard.
I'm on the edge of my seat here. It looks like the wind's stronger. You've got some of the boys already out there, Alan Trancard and Reese Meyer-Scott, ready to rumble. And we just have the AP up now. We're just moving a couple of the boys. The angle of the wind is shifting a little bit, so our race director, Juan Antonio, is just making the course picture perfect and ready for these guys to go to battle. It's, yeah, Alan Trancard, a really impressive rider yesterday. It was you could see, I think one of the highlights of his heats was that double inverted back roll. Really nice, going, tail for tail and nose to nose, and then just coming around with that second rotation. You just see Reese there answering with the back row in the corner of your screen. So yeah, these guys are pumped. They're not even in a heat yet, but getting the blood flowing, getting the adrenaline high, and going forward.
Yeah, Alan looks like he's just taking it easy, not getting himself too worked up at the start of the heat. I believe this is his first competition, but the way the double elimination works, obviously, it gives riders a second chance, riders who perhaps didn't do as well as they wanted in the single elimination. If they went out in the first round in the single elimination, they then start at the very beginning of the double elimination. So they have more work to do, more rounds to get through than the guy who finished top, who goes straight to the final, obviously Camille Delanoy. But Alan worked his way through 2 rounds yesterday. So in his first round in the double elimination, he beat Pedro Afonso, an up-and-coming rider from Spain, but then was faced with Paulino Pereira. Paulino, one of our regular riders, very often a top 3 rider. In fact, in 2016, he never finished outside of 3rd spot. So for Alan to take him down was a big scalp, wasn't it? I mean,
that was yeah, another one of the big upsets of the heat. Paulino just not really finding his rhythm. I mean, he is such a powerful rider. He's one of my favorite guys on the water. He reminds me of guys like Cesar Porter, from the freestyle side, he just goes big and he'll either land it or absolutely destroy himself. And
Yeah.
he just couldn't find that rhythm yesterday. He had a couple of really nice big maneuvers, but Alan Tranchard, stayed calm and collected and just, little trick after little trick and stepping it up slightly, getting a couple of nice 6.0 scores. Breeze past him, and yeah, Paulino out of the competition for this wonderful event here in Prea, Brazil.
Yeah, steady, wasn't he? Steadily building tricks, Alan. Did what he had to do, stuck to his own game, wasn't looking too much at Paulino, and I guess perhaps Paulino was looking around and seeing that Alan was steadily building tricks, and Paulino's game plan seemed to be certainly quality over quantity, and he was going huge, but just the landings eluded him. So as Alan was steadily stacking tricks, and I believe he got up to about a 30-point heat score, with just a couple of minutes to go, it became pretty clear that Paulino needed a couple of massive tricks, not just one, and went for the. Did he go for the boogie loop at the end?
Yeah, and going sky high. Just that trick is, I mean, it's ridiculous. They're going up, board in between the legs, rotating upside down, tip over tip, and just didn't get that height. The wind wasn't as strong as Paulino probably needed it, and just didn't get the ball back under his feet in time.
Sorry, Joe. It's one thing to land it when you're in boots or foot straps. When you're coming in choppy water, as we have here, without straps, it's another deal. And there's no doubt that they're coming down as hard and fast as a booted rider would. Yeah, for sure they're riding slightly different kites, a wave kite, but they're going a size bigger and steering the kite a little bit more slowly for more pull around the loop. So it's not as an aggressive loop as a sea kite would be, or perhaps what you'd see in a rider in the King of the Air. But these riders are compromised. They've got no straps or boots, and often they've only got one hand on the bar. So really, really impressive when you add all that up and try and work out what they're doing. But
absolutely, I mean, that's why we have, just on screen there, you saw our security crew with Mr. Eduardo Rato, been looking after us with all the jet skis, making sure everybody's okay, everything's in place, and it's such a good crew here. I mean, we want to say a shout out to Paolo for making this event happen. I can see Pedro just coming in at the end of the booth here. I want to say a big thanks to all the guys, everybody that's made this event possible and put in their little grain of sand to, finally have an event here in Brazil, which has been the mecca for kiting. I think anybody who's kited and has been kiting for a while, hopefully has been lucky enough to come to Brazil in between October and December and knows how this fan, the ventilador as they say, just turns on at 11 o'clock in the morning and doesn't finish until the sunset. So really amazing conditions, amazing place, great culture.
Absolutely.
And it's a privilege to be here, Jim.
Yeah, and if you've been watching the live stream for the last 2 days, then this is the one, and these next few hours you will know are the hours that you want to be tuning in for, because we're coming up to the climax of the competition. The second half of the men's double elimination is when the big guns start to re-enter the competition, and it becomes a man-on-man knockout situation. But right now, heats 42A, 42B, 43A and 43B are kind of all in the same ladder, so round 3 of the double elimination, then we have one more round, and then it becomes literally man-on-man, win your heat, go up against the next guy for the next 5 heats until you meet finalist Camille Delanoy. Should you make your way all the way through to the final and meet him, you don't have to beat him once, you've got to beat him twice. He only has to beat you once, so for sure your work's cut out for you. But if you do manage to win through there, hero status is beckoning for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, Camille's in a really good position. He's situated himself first in a single elimination, and whoever comes up and prevails to come up and go against him, they have to beat him twice to be able to be proclaimed the champion of this Brazilian event. And it looks like I can hear Juan Antonio there in the background, our race director. He's almost ready for AP to go down. Looks like we're ready to get this show on the road.
Yeah, and the difficult thing with, as if it wasn't difficult enough to beat 3, 2, 1.
So AP down.
As if it wasn't difficult enough to beat Camille, he will be fresh, so, But there is a lot to be said for having warmed up on the water as well, though. So there you go. Red wooden square going in, which you normally known as the red flag. It should be 5 minutes to go, but that's been taken down now. Let's see what's happening. There's Reese sat with his Ocean Rodeo teammate Lawrence Mayer-Kittel, who was ejected from the competition yesterday, so no doubt he'll be running around helping Reese if he needs an extra board or an extra kite, decides to change up a size. But we haven't talked about Reese yet. He only had one heat yesterday in the double elimination because he reached the third round in the singles, so he enters the doubles a little bit later than Alan did. Rider from Canada. He's not using his wetsuit because it's cold. Obviously, the sun is harsh over here, and there is 3-4 days of competition, and you don't want to be compromised because you're suffering with sunburn. So, yeah, Reese from Canada, British Columbia. Very different riding conditions up there, but they do get strong and brutal winds, and he's well used to that. And he adapted to the heat and the winds here. Obviously, the winds are very, very smooth, so makes it a little bit easier to adapt. But he has pretty regularly in his heats been throwing some of the best front roll shove-its that we've seen.
Absolutely, really smooth. I mean, Reese is known for his technicality. You can see he's ready there with a couple boards, cool and collected with his teammate Lawrence Mayer-Kittel there. So really good rider. He's been to pretty much every event on this year, and Ocean Rodeo are one of the huge supporters of the GKA, so a big shout out to them, and thank you for all your support. Great to see one of their riders prevailing and going through in the competition.
Yep, he's been with us at every tour stop this year, really committed to bettering himself by riding with the world's best on a really regular basis, and we've really seen him improve. Interesting that he's the only rider riding in wetsuit boots as well. I guess he's used to that in Canada, but also it gives you so much more grip. It makes sense as well if you can handle the heat.
Yeah, I mean, I actually had a talk to him about this a while back, and he just said he's so used to riding in boots that he can't see what is happening. He just can't.
Yeah.
He's not used to that feel. He's
Yeah.
not used to how it goes, and really likes the sensation of it. I mean, understandable if it's like for people who don't ride with gloves and then suddenly you put gloves on, you're just not used to the different feelings. And
yeah.
especially, when you're competing at a world level, you want to change as little things as possible so you can keep your riding abilities fresh and get the maximum points out of the 8 minutes that these guys have. Sorry, 9 minutes we have today. 9-minute heats.
Extended a bit.
4-minute transition.
Yeah, 9-minute heats, giving riders some vital extra time to find some crucial tricks if they need them towards the end of the heat. Judges are looking for 8 scores, the top 8 scores from any rider, and it's that total that will give a rider a win. There's no overall impression score, as frequently we have on the Strapless Freestyle Tour. With the live stream now, it's important that the tricks are spaced out so that we can enjoy them as much as possible and that the cameras don't miss a thing. So what will happen at the end of the heat, we will have a really nice highlight package from each rider, showing any tricks that we did see and perhaps some that we didn't, that vitally adding up to their score. So you can look forward to that at the end of the 9 minutes. Then there is a 4-minute transition between the next heat, and we'll be back with the next action right after that 4 minutes. So, but up now, Alan Trancart and Reese Myers go. Alan from France, Reese from Canada, just having the nervy way to get started. Can't be nice when you're out on there on the water and you're ready to go, and things just keep seeming to be paused forever.
Yeah, they're almost there. I can see the transition period is almost over. Both of the riders just going back and forward. Like, everybody has their little ritual. It's super important for those riders to just get into their flow, get their grooves, get the grease going and the grooves running. And yeah, you can see here yellow flag, so that means less than a minute to the start of this heat. And coming up will be Alan Tranchard and Reese Meyer-Scott, and then after this we will have Ralph Bollin from France and Leonardo de Sousa, the Brazilian, who's been absolutely ripping this event, one of the wild cards, really nice style. So yeah, it's going to be an action-packed morning.
Yeah, so that's the first half of this round 3 of the double elimination. The second 2 heats of round 3, making up that half of the draw, is Jan Marcus Riveros against Kiket Roy, the young 16-year-old from Tarifa. Actually, both those riders residing in Tarifa. Jan Marcus originally from Cabarete. And the final heat of this round 3 of the double elimination, Matt Elsasser, who has really impressed us from the US, making a return back on the tour after competing in Tarifa last year. We haven't seen him for a year, but certainly doesn't look like he's had a year away from Strapless Freestyle. So he's from the US, and he will be up against a young Italian, Yaris Delomo, who's been doing really well as well. So that's round 3. 4 heats in round 3. This is the first one of those. Alan Tranchard against Reese Meyer-Scott. Looks like we're underway. Yeah,
and you just saw Alan Tranchard there doing nice back roll 1 foot. He's got that really on tap. He's nice style. You can see Reese Just grooving into it, nice little tic-tac with a flip, didn't quite land it, won't be getting points for that. That's, you know, again, difference in between butt checks and crashes is a butt check. If you come in with speed, land, hit the butt on the water, and then continue with equal amount of speed, it would go really nice front loop there, and then a crash is counted. Even if you just come down, dip yourself, and you stop the momentum and then come out with a kite, it's a very close landing, but yeah, close but not close enough.
Yeah, Reese coming in, keeping his body weight nicely over the board there, helped him right away. It's a fine balance, isn't it, between having your weight dead center over the board and being able to manage the pull from the kite and just allowing a little bit more lean back with a more powered kite. But in tune with his equipment there, Reese, looking pretty good. Couple of tricks
on the bag already.
In the bag already, yeah. The scores will be popping up in the top left corner of your screen soon.
Nice little Jesus walk with a flip there, not quite getting it. Looks like still the wind's starting to fill in, you know, we're almost there. Alan Tranchak going a little bit higher. Both riders just easing into the heat, you know. You can either start your heat full out or just, you know, start getting the groove, a few little tricks. Nice little air reverse there from Reese, tweaking the board, sticking it out, nice little grab. Really fluid movement. I really like how Reese stays calm and collected, and just those little moves with style makes so much of a difference for a rider.
Meanwhile, nice back roll transition out the back for Alan. It's those little filler tricks that Reese has really filled in with great consistency now. So, you know, once you can rely on those and know that you're going to start from a good base score, then you can start building in tricks and trick attempts like Reese has done there with the big back roll tic-tac.
Yeah.
Not the cleanest, but certainly not the not
the
wobbliest.
messiest.
Not the wobbliest. But
yeah, it's all about, you know, he's getting really nice height in that. I like how he extends his leg, you know, shows complete control throughout the move. Nice projection, just, you know, not quite getting the land in there. It's so many things to take into account, timing the kite, the loop, so he lifts up, and yeah, he'll be, unfortunately, be penalized on that one quite heavily. Maybe it even won't be count. It's quite different, but yeah, you can see both sides, the riders going both sides of the players. Here you go, that's that Jesus walk, not quite getting it again, but yeah, Reese, he's really good at these filling in moves, and he stepped it up recently. We've been seeing there was some big back roll tic-tacs and some big kite loops. It's great to see him. Yesterday in the closing moments of that heat, he did that huge kite loop, going wobble after wobble to hold it. So yeah, really impressive rider here.
Where many have fallen, he managed to sustain the ride out there, which was really, really good. But we just saw him just a moment ago going for the barefoot water ski, a move that Ayrton Cuzzolino does at one of our top destinations, Sotavento, as we see Reese just going for the front shove it there, not quite making it. But that kind of water ski move Ayrton does with great effect. In Sotavento, the wind is more cross-off. We have lots of, as we see Alan going for the double back roll.
I love that move from Alan. Just how he reminds me of Gianni Aragno back in the day. How he'd like go inverted in the first row and then that second spin. Really nice old school moves. Yeah, I'm a fan. That's a really good move there from Alan Tranchat.
Yeah, but that barefoot water ski move is one that Ayrton does in front of the crowds in Sotavento. Works really well. Cross-off conditions. There's hundreds of people lining the beach, and he virtually comes in and kind of gives them high fives all the way along while he's going Mach 10 barefoot. So it's great to see. Not necessarily the highest scoring one, but for sure a crowd pleaser. And that's what this strapless freestyle discipline is all about. This is a mixed tour, so we're looking for the most complete surfboard rider. Obviously strapless freestyle on flat water is a new discipline, but the dream is to take these moves into waves, and that's where this tour's heading. We do have some mixed destinations as well that mix cross-on wave riding conditions, much like you might have at home, and give the riders chance to not only do impressive wave hacks, but mix these strapless freestyle tricks into wave situations as well.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, the aim for this tour is 2 wave events, 2 mix events, and 2 flat events. And here you go, Alan Tranchak just doing a really nice tic-tac there, landing it clean with power. It looks like you can see the wind filling in a little bit and coming through. But yeah, it's great to see. You know, we are after the most complete strapless rider, so good to see the guys perform. Really nice back roll there, air free. Really nice there from Reese. It seems like these guys are starting to get their groove and step it up.
Well, 2 riders who've been having the best events so far of their careers, I believe. I mean, this is Alan's first competition, so whatever his result will be his best. But Reese has been with us all year, and this is the furthest he's advanced through the competition, and he's looking cleaner than we've ever seen him. As we say, this is the start of the day. The wind is only going to fill in more and more, so the action's going to get bigger and bigger. But these guys putting on a good show so far. Front roll from Reese, look like, in the left-hand side of the screen there. We will catch that again on the highlight package, so just bear look out for that as we come up to the end of the heat. 7 minutes 30 left in this heat by the looks. Alan with a narrow lead. You can see there Reese needs 0.68 of a point, which is nothing, come with 7 minutes to go. So
he's riding well though, super consistent, Alan. He's actually trying to do exactly what he did against Paulino Pereira yesterday. He's just doing more basic tricks, just racking up the points. And Reese also, there you go, nice little back roll. Not quite getting it. Definitely looks like the wind isn't as strong as it was yesterday, so hopefully we'll fill in some more, because the less wind, the harder it is to control that board to stay on your feet. They have to put it, the margin of error is a lot smaller. They have to put it right, exactly in the right place. But hey, you know, there you go. Alan's getting the height. Nice little rodeo coming down. Nice trick.
yeah. Yeah, the wind was pretty strong when we were having breakfast this morning. It seems to just come in strong, have a little dip, and then come in strong again. There it is, front roll shove it from Reese. Super nice.
Oh,
ready
awesome.
for a board change.
There you go.
He knows that he seems to do a board change halfway through his heat. Obviously prefers one board for certain tricks and another one, perhaps, I think this is the board he uses, the Jester is the board he uses for his bigger tricks. It's got a rubber deck all the way up to the nose. And we saw him riding out that trick pretty much with toes on the nose yesterday. It really helped him. So let's see. I would imagine he's going to start to ramp up his air time now. Front roll shove it in the bag, a clean one, high score. We know that Alan doesn't we haven't seen that from Alan yet. So there you go, kite loop from Reese as predicted.
Just landing on that piece of chop there. It was so impressive to see how he rode out of that last one yesterday. Just unfortunately not being able to ride out of that. Reese has such a really good low center of gravity, such balance that he gets, can get out of the awkwardest positions. Nice little air reverse there from Alan, just stacking up the points. This is a really close heat here.
Well, it is at the minute, but I imagine there's a big score to come in for Reese from Canada. We're missing his flag. 3.23 for sure. His front roll shove it score hasn't gone on there, so we'll watch to see what happens there. As we see Alan out the back with a back roll tic tac, nicely ridden away.
There's the Jesus walk there from Reese. Not quite getting the power just when he's looping the kite.
But yeah, Alan, he's doing what he did yesterday.
Busy.
Just really steadily keeps a steady rhythm to his tricks. Just bam, 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 bam. Makes it difficult
really
for the established guys when the opponent that you're coming up against.
There you go again. He's ridden out of it.
The big guys have all the pressure on them. A guy like Alan has nothing. Look how calm he looks. I mean, you see a lot of guys
calm and collected.
When they come in for their kite change, usually it's a scene of carnage and chaos but he's sort of wondering. It looks like he's on a free ride session.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, this is one of his home spots. He's been, if I remember well, he said he's been living here for 10 years. Speaks perfect Portuguese with a Ceará accent, as our commentator Marco said yesterday after the interview. But yeah, really impressive to see how he's just calm and collected and riding up against such a rider like Reese. He's got it all going for him.
Here you go, Reese. Come on, kite loop into the rodeo. Will he make the landing?
No.
Oh, same
Alan
from Alan.
Answering.
Back-to-back bails on kite loops there. Great to see on this live stream. But yeah, so Alan's originally from France, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's from France.
Okay, so the horn's just gone there, so that's the end of the heat. We're just going to confirm that this is the first heat of the day, so that the scores there were incorrect. We're going to bring you the updated scores as soon as we can.
Yeah, we seem to have having a slight technical difficulties with the live scoring right now. The guys are working hard to sort it out immediately, so we apologise for that.
It's the front roll from Reese, which he added a shove it to later on in the heat, which we'll see. Nice little foot switch there from Alan. Alan watching Reese. Is Reese going to hammer in a big trick in front of him there?
Nice.
Not a bad
really
little
how
reverse.
he flexes on that one. No, really, Alan's done a really good heat there. Keep him busy, nice and easy. Reese went going for a couple maybe bigger moves, but it's going to be a hard one to score. It must have been close. Obviously, we haven't been able to see the live scoring just because of those small technical difficulties. But yeah, that must be pretty close.
Fairly close in 2 or 3 trick families, I would say, but Reese has definitely ticked more trick families. So I would say that that's given him the win. 6 trick families that the judges are looking for, and 4 criteria of judging.
Yeah, you can see Reese there, just looking like a nice little air free, super stylish. I really like how it goes. And Alan Tranchard there on the back, nice little back roll shove it. Really like how he kicks that board around with that speed. Just super flowy. It's kind of like James Carew. They just really whack the board and grab it and stop it. So it's like going from 100 to 1 in nothing. And then again, Reese has been proving that he has that front shove it really well controlled. Been landing it once in every heat, and actually yesterday having one of the best front shovers of the event, so good to see him landing that here today.
Yeah, and nice to see him do it in close, and we got the emotion with the puff of the cheeks. He was like, yep, got that one in there again.
Done and dusted. Yeah.
So yeah, judges are looking, they're looking at 4 categories, which I will let you know about as soon as we come back from the commercial break, once Reese has almost ridden this trick out. Yes, he did. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back to Prea, round 6 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour here in Brazil. Messages there from one of the event sponsors, F1 and Monera. Of course, featuring 2 highlight riders for us who've been on the tour for the last 3 years. Well, Mitu for the last 3 years, and Camille Delanoy there, who won the single elimination yesterday and will be back in action in the final, the double elimination today. We've just seen Alan Trankart and Reese Myers go in action in the first heat of the day, round 3 of the men's double elimination. We are just awaiting the official result. You're looking at the judging tower there. The man in command of proceedings, race director Juan Antonio, with the microphone in his hand, has just put the competition under a slight delay at the minute. You can see the AP flag there, blowing in the 20 to 23 knots that we have at the moment. You can see in the background plenty of white caps out there, and it's only 11 a.m. here at the moment. And the way it works here in Brazil is it picks up and up and up till about 3 o'clock, and then hangs around at around 30 knots for about an hour, which is just perfect time for us to reach the climax, if we don't a little bit before that. So do stay tuned, loads of action coming up. And you can see there someone just in the background having their kite lesson there. We are in front of Rancho de Peixe. Famous hotel here in Prea, obviously has their kite school, Rancho de Kite. So someone there just launching their kite, being able to ride amongst these World Tour riders. Thrill for whoever that is, I'm sure.
Yeah, Rancho de Peixe is such a beautiful location for us to be able to have this event, and this place is amazing. It's just, wind turns on at 11 o'clock. You got windy until 5. The hotel itself is, you're sleeping in bungalows with, you know, showers in the stars. Really cool vibe, really cool people, great food. It's a dream place to be, and definitely with, you know, companies like Surf Some Film that do downwinders. They just came back from, what was it, 1,000-kilometer downwinder Ironman, and you're actually going to be doing one of these next week, aren't you, Jim?
Yeah, total dream come true, to be honest. We're doing around 600 kilometers. I think we're doing 400 kilometers up to Athens from here. Athens, you may have seen, is the scene of the Red Bull do the event where the name of it escapes me now. Come on, brain. The one where they race across the dunes, and they have to go through all the little lakes that are there, and then they come to the end of the dune, they have to run across the next one and then into the next one. Susie May won it for the women, I think, the last couple of years, and I think Alex Neto's won it twice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's really fun to see because there's a different approach. Some riders just stick to boots and ride the dune out. Like, it's kind of like rallycross, you know, for kiteboarding, but yeah, great event.
Awesome. So here we have, you can see, I think that's Ralph Bollin there just waiting next to the buoy, just see him getting his stuff together. Ralph from France and RRD Rider rode really well yesterday. Did some nice double back rolls and actually going higher than I've seen him go before, so it's great to see him stepping up his level there. And then Luciano de Sousa, the Brazilian. What did you think about his performance yesterday, Jim?
Fantastic, wasn't it? We kept referring to his obvious surf style. I mean, he was always managing to find a little ramp that was just breaking a little bit of white water on the top of it, as if it was a little wave. Managing to pop some nice flat 3 rotations in there, and you can really see that he's basically been born and raised in this area, off some of the little coves that have little waves that break off them, and yeah. Loads and loads of surf style. So it's going to be a tight one. Ralph's going to have to step up. Ralph is one of our most consistent competitors. De Sousa, obviously, in his first competition as a Brazilian wildcard. But I believe, in terms of the Brazilian wildcards, he's the one who's still in the competition. So, yeah, doing really, really well. So it's going to be tight.
Yeah, definitely. He's been doing a really good job. And, yeah, just while we're waiting with the technical difficulties, we're going to show you why you should come to Ceará for kite surfing.
Welcome back, everybody, to Prea Beach in the northeast of Brazil, in Ceará State, where we are for the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour, round 6 of 7. And we are on the third day of competition. That is the AP flag up there, blowing in the wind, which just means that we're under a slight delay. We've got some slight technical difficulties with the judges' scoring system at the minute, but will be resolved very, very soon. We're in the middle of the men's double elimination. We reached the halfway point of that particular ladder yesterday after Camille Delanoy had done what has only been done twice before, and that was beat Ayrton Cutzalino in pure strapless freestyle competition. The only man to have done that before was Matthew Lopez, and he managed to do it by digging out the first triple front roll. Camille did exactly the same, only the second man to land that trick in competition, and for the second time running it beat Ayrton Cutzalino. Ayrton crashed a couple of times early on in the heat and looked a little bit out of sorts after that, and was every time he looked around it seemed to be that Camille was coming down from great height and landing with really assured confidence from a really technical trick. Huge back rolls with shove-its and kite loops. Camille, from this part of the world, now lives literally just a couple of miles to the left down the beach as you're looking on screen there. He's a French 19-year-old, but has lived here with his family for 7 years, and definitely proving that local knowledge was key. But not only that, he's a rider who's been progressing really, really well. Particularly in the last year, he's been with us for 2 years on the tour, has always shown promise, regularly been in the top 5, and managed his first win yesterday. So great day for him. We will be seeing him in action later on today. He awaits in the final already of the double elimination. That's the way the ladder works. So if you win the single elimination, you're propelled straight to the final, and the double elimination ladder gives all riders, wherever they finished in the single elimination, a second chance.
Definitely, I mean that's the beauty of the double elimination, having that second chance to be able to, go through the heats, and if you had a bad heat or haven't been able to get all your stuff in line. So here we have, AP flag going down, so 1 minute until the start of the transition time for the heat. So in 1 minute we will be going into 13-minute complete section of 4-minute transition with a 9-minute heat duration.
Yeah, we've had one heat today, which was the first heat of round 3 of the double elimination. There are 4 rounds in round 3. So the first heat was Alan Trancart from France, who lives in Brazil, a newcomer to the event. We haven't seen him before, but he's progressed well through 3 rounds of the double elimination. He met Reese Myersco from Canada, a rider who's really on the up and up at the minute. Reese managing to land his now trademark, if we call it. It's not necessarily his trademark, but it's one that he's definitely got in the bag and has landed it more times in this competition than any other rider at the minute. The front roll shove it. Beautiful move to watch, really, really technical, with a 360 spin with your feet, real skateboard style trick. Landed it well, and I'm expecting him to go through. We haven't had the result confirmed yet, but I would expect Reese to have gone through there. The scores were pretty tight, but
Definitely was tight, but yeah, we'll see. I have to see. Obviously, we had a little bit of technical issues there with the scoring, with the internet upstairs. Great shout out to the team to getting that solved as soon as possible. So we're back into the roll of it now with heat number 2, and here we have, these are the boys. You got Ralph Bolin on the left from France, RRD rider, and Leonardo da Sousa, the wild kid Brazilian with the awesome surf style. This is going to be a really good heat. I mean, newcomer to the tour, but Ralph is one of the more veteran riders, but they're going to have something really special here on the water.
They are, yeah. Ralph has done every stop on the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour, be it wave, mixed events, or strapless freestyle. And there's the ladder as you see it right now. So at the top is the single elimination ladder. And if we can just move down a little bit, we will move to the double elimination ladder. There we go. So we progress from the right to the left in the double elimination ladder. We'll get our camera guy just to move in a little closer on that in a moment, just to give you some more detail. But as I said, we're on round 3 of the double elimination. There's 4 heats in this one. Round 4 also has 4 heats, and then after that it becomes a man-on-man. Winner stays in the competition for the next 6 heats until somebody makes their way up to meet Camille Delanoy in the final.
Yeah, that's gonna be a really interesting. I'm looking forward to see who is going to be challenging Camille for the title of this Brazilian event at his hometown. I mean, There's a few contenders really there. Obviously, Ayrton's always a force to be reckoned with. And as you can see here, we're actually showing you guys the ladder of how it is. So that's the double elimination. So you have the first heat in between Alan Tranchard and Reese Myers-Koff. Results are going to come in very soon now. Then after that, we've got Ralph Bollin, Leonardo de Sousa, the Brazilian. So really good heat there. And you can see how Alan Tranchard won 2 heats yesterday in the double elimination and going to see if he can get that 3rd heat.
Yeah, so if we can just move down a little bit with the camera, perhaps. I'm not sure if he's listening to us. Is he? Let's go south. Let's go south. Are we going to go south? No, we're going to come out. But anyway, you can see there, if you go straight down, Heat 43A is going to be Jan Marcos Viveras against Kiko Ruiz. So they're coming up next, after this next heat that's impending, and then Matt Elsasser v Yaris Delomo, just in the right of center of your screen there, Heat 43B. We're in 42B. 42B is about to come up, Ralph Bollin against De Souza, yeah. So De Souza, he was doing so well yesterday that he brought about a little wax inspection from the judges, a little pull aside from the judges. There is a limit on the stickiness of wax. There's some pretty glue-like waxes out there, and the judges have stated at the beginning of this season that only certain waxes are allowed. Some waxes are really they are like glue, Joe, aren't they? I mean, they're going to give you such an advantage. But he was riding so well and landing so powered that I guess they were like, hold on a minute, we'll just do a random spot check and see what's going on. But he did pass. It was just that he was having the heat of his life. So.
See the guys just celebrating some stuff there. Let's see if we can get the scores and the results on that last heat. You can see them both checking out everything, making sure that they agree with the judges there, and just if they keep that piece of paper still, we'll be able to see. You can see one of our guys coming down now, so it looks. We're going to go out on a limb. It looks like Alan Tranchard might have got that. Let's see the scores. Keep that piece of paper still, please, guys. Oh, no, unfortunately.
Oh, look at that. No, .03. 30.48. But it says...
We knew that was going to be a very close one. Sorry about that. Reese Myers-Koff is the winner of that last heat, advancing...
0.4.
Yeah. Wow.
30.45 and 30.85.
That was a close one. I think now the guys should have the live scores up and going. We had some internet problems there for them. So here you go, Leonardo de Sousa opening with a nice front row. Ralph on his toe side, going to look for that toe side air reverse. Actually, no, yeah, toe side air reverse, not quite making it all the way around for a feature. Just nice and easy, getting into the flow, and this is going to be a good heat.
Looks like Ralph switched up his board from yesterday. Looked like he's switched to the stubbier Khotan. A little bit wider board, shorter in length as well. Very, very similar to the board that we can see De Sousa rides in there. So both riders going for that flatter rocker profile, slightly wider. Work a little bit better in light wind, give you a bit more get up and go. So
that was a really nice air reverse free from De Sousa. I love how he just stomps that landing. That's pure surf style. There you go, back roll, no grab, using the wind to keep the board on his feet. De Sousa here, he means business. Ralph Bollin, you got to step it up.
Yeah, Ralph does have a really, really nice floaty fluid style. One of the best and most fluid wave riders that we have on the tour. Obviously, this is pure strapless freestyle. But yeah, every heat now is a step up in performance. Ralph, you can see from France there,
nice.
Front roll 1-footer. Nice, wasn't it? Yeah, loads of momentum coming out of there. As I say, when he's flowing, Ralph, he's really, really good. Does suffer a little bit, it seems to me, from confidence. If he has a couple of hiccups, then for me, he does sometimes find it hard to pull it back together again. But yeah, I would say 3 tricks on the board. There, as we see both riders racing out. De Sousa deciding that, I guess his avenue was closed with Ralph just downwind of him, so no area for him to trick. So
Ralph just De Sousa there, just going in the lead. He had that. I think he had a little bit more power, a little extra style. So still a very close heat. Early days here. We've got 6 minutes 50 left. Unfortunately, yeah, some of the times the chop just plays a bad omen to you and just doesn't let you get that board out quite as cleanly as you want. We just saw there, and Ralph going for that double back roll, missing the loop time in there, so he got pulled through halfway through the move. Because these guys, they have to take into account spinning the board, getting the kite on top of their head, controlling the kite with one hand, looping it in the right time. So instead of giving you that power boost, it actually allows you to keep on spinning and wrap it around, and then you can see De Sousa just a nice little board off. Get in, after missing that trick, just get another trick in the bag. And no, this is really good. Both of them riding really well. And now Ralph is just slightly taking the lead by 0.3 points. So trick for trick, pound for pound.
Well, at the minute, I think Ralph's just got the edge in height and amplitude, one of the 4 factors that the judges are looking for. As we see him go high, pull the trigger on a kite loop, and not quite riding away. Bit too much of a butt check there, and that's what we've seen from De Sousa yesterday, just landing with speed and power, just managing to rescue the kite behind him, but so solid on his landing that without power in his kite lines, he's able to maintain stability and ride it out until the kite comes back round, and looks like he's got good control. Really
impressive how he lands and just goes through the chop and holds it. You can see the power this guy has there to be able to get through it, and nice little kite loop there. He's only got 5 scores on the board, and really good results here. You got 16.73 from De Sousa, and then we got 11.7 from Ralph. So Ralph is still early days in the heat. He's 1 trick behind. He's obviously looking for that magic moment, and I'm sure we're going to see a close heater. Yeah, Ralph certainly with a lot more competition experience. International pro rider for RRD. De Sousa, a local rider, local wild card. We don't know much about him. All we know is from what we've seen before is we see Ralph going for the back roll kite loop. Almost. He's won to that one. He's been trying it a couple of times. He goes around. Oh, De Sousa answering. Ow.
Yeah, it seems like De Sousa seems to be keeping an eye on Ralph and trying to cancel out his tricks, which isn't a bad thing to do. Ralph, obviously, with more experience, a regular top 5 rider in the World Tour, so if you can cancel out his tricks and then add in a few of your own, then you're going to stand up with a good chance. But you can see he was annoyed with himself there. He was landing with consistency so far, so he needs to just hold himself together. But he won't know this, but he has a pretty commanding lead if those scores are to be believed at the minute. 25.23, almost 10 points ahead of Ralph, so that's one perfect trick ahead, I guess.
That is 1 perfect trick, or going by the average of Ralph's scores, which are in between a 4 and a 5. Ralph is 2 tricks down, so yeah, here we go again. Nice little rodeo, nice and control. I really like how he lands with style and lands with speed here. I'm not a fan of when people just land, wobble around and kind of go out of it. It really does show the difference of A, the confidence of the rider, and B, the experience and the quality of their trick.
It's all about timing of the kite. I mean, to be able to come out of a trick with speed, obviously your core needs to be working well. You've got to get the board underneath you, but if that kite isn't moving in the right direction at exactly the right time, then you're not going to land with any speed or power. So, and very often they only have 1 hand on the bar, so that's really impressive, as we see Ralph going for a double front rodeo, looping the kite just to try and give him some forward momentum. But it's so hard to manage when you're coming in off axis, the board's behind you, and the kite's looping one way. But when it's done correctly with speed and power, fantastic to watch.
Yeah, he made that trick really nicely yesterday in the last heat. Got it round up a little bit higher, so was able to get that second rotation down and still have the loop of the kite to have the speed to get the board underneath. So Ralph's struggling a little bit here. Now he's only 7 points away, so that's 1 very good trick or 2 average tricks to equal in De Sousa. So still quite a while in this heat to go, about 4 minutes. And there you go. And does he land it?
Yeah.
Nice. That's going to be a high scoring trick. Probably about a 5.5 or a 5.8 there. Nice little back roll, switch stance, kite loop. So good work there from the Frenchman, Ralph Bollin.
Yeah, we haven't seen him do anything in the front roll category yet, the front roll trick family. We do know that Ralph does have the double front roll down, so it'd be good if we can see him land that.
2, and no, not quite. Just not getting the height there to be able to do it. De Sousa landing something there on the outside, keeping the little trick board going up.
Looked a bit frustrated with the height he had in that trick. He managed to land. I'm not sure he got the takeoff he wanted, which is a shame, because as the minutes tick down, your trick attempts become fewer and fewer. So, but still holding a lead. Although Ralph did close the gap, De Sousa still with a almost 7-point lead, which is a healthy margin at this stage. But as we say, Ralph well capable. A few big tricks in his bag, and in these perfect wind conditions, stands a good chance of being able to pull them out. As we see him coming back into the beach.
Definitely, yeah. That kite was a good trick, and there you go, back roll. Nice and easy, smooth landing. There you go. He's only that kite loop obviously was. Let's see what the score was. 5.97. So yeah, really good move there from Ralph Bollin. And oh,
that's
just
high.
also going huge. There you go. Rodeo Kite Loop saying hi to the crowd. He's probably got all his family and friends there on the beach, and really good to see the Brazilian landing that. And Ralph Bolin, little Weaver landing, kind of wobbling around a little bit, not so much power. But both of these guys obviously know it's the closing minutes of the heat, and let's see how far and what the end is. Nice little 1 foot. So yeah, definitely both of them keep him busy.
5.97 for that kite loop, I believe, from D'Souza. So looked like he got the height that he wanted there. Not the highest tricks that we're going to see today for sure, because the wind is going to ramp up, and as we say, the riders who've been performing best so far at this event are still to come.
Oh, a nice landing. There you go. Oh, Ralph just
Ralph.
missing it last minute of the heat as well. He can't be happy about that one. Come on, Ralph. You got to get back to that ball quickly. It's probably this, if he can, it's going to be the last trick attempt of the Frenchman, and he knows it. He knows he needs a big score to be able to do this. So I wonder if he's going to do it on that outside tack, or actually just turn around and get one last trick on the inside, Jim. Yeah,
he's a really, really relaxed rider, Ralph. I've never seen him get too worked up, but I can imagine at this stage he's been watching D'Souza. He'll have seen him go high. He'll have seen him land out a high majority of tricks. Riders pretty much having a gentleman's agreement that it's one trick per tack, and they appreciate that it's going to be difficult for the judges to score them both if both riders are in the air at the same time. So they will get a good opportunity to see what each other's doing, and they'll have a feel for it. D'Souza looking pretty confident, putting his hand in the air there.
Yeah, that definitely looks so. D'Souza had that event, that heat win. So yeah, congratulations to the Brazilian. Really good ride in there. Ralph Bolin just missing that last trick, that last good trick to be able to go past the Brazilian. He's been very solid since the beginning of the competition.
He has, yeah, continues to impress. Seems very, very consistent. Doesn't miss many attempts. If he misses one trick, he went for it again and got it the second time. We see him going up for the board off kite loop. This is where he rides it out really nicely. Makes use of that flat rocker, which allows him to ride out a trick without too much kite power, as he was pulling the kite around him back into the power. Ralph just spinning around back roll transition. Not his most impressive trick there, obviously. He did have some good ones, like this one, particularly the back roll kite loop.
That was the highest scoring trick of the heat at 6.03.
Deservedly so, ticking the power box that the judges are looking for.
I really like D'Souza's passion. You can see he's super happy with his riding, which shows confidence, and he has to be. I mean, he's gone through some hard heats here in the double elimination, and now just getting past the Frenchman. He's going up and up, and let's see how far he goes.
That was his biggest kite loop there, wasn't it?
Really nice. Kite loop rodeo. Hey, this I like. That style. Calm and collected. Land. You can see that low center of gravity. Spinning it around. And yeah, great heat. And just see how he holds the board in the air. And yeah, congratulations, Leonardo D'Souza, for the win. And we'll be back with the next heat after this short commercial break.
Foi sumido. O sabor original de Sprite voltou.
We're back.
After you, Joe.
Sorry there, Jim. Yeah, so we're back here in Brazil. Both of us are way too excited to start commentating on these great heats, mate.
Yeah, well, exactly. We are coming up to the climax from now on. It is all the big guys re-entering the competition. Yeah, Marcos Riveras is going to be up next, as you see there on screen, and he's up against your little protege,
Kike. This is going to be a very good heat. Both of these guys know each other really well. Two really good friends of mine. Jan Marcos, what to say about him? He's one of the first guys to be doing the commentary, and he is one of the best riders we have out there. And then also we have Kike from Spain, the youngster, the Grom coming up. So really, this is going to be a really good heat, and very similar styles, because obviously Kike has grown up watching Jan Marcos and has very similar tricks. This is going to be Mr. Miyagi against Grasshopper, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kike definitely has been performing well. He had a he had a heat on his own yesterday after Galito didn't show up for his heat. So Kike had the whole beach to himself, and he put on a display. I mean, the highlight package at the end of his 9-minute personal show was really, really good. Looking back at the crowd pleasing, really got us behind his performances, gave him a chance to get on the water in front of the spectators and in front of his other athletes, and was racking up some good tricks. Looked really confident, and then again in his heat when he came up. After that, who did he come up against in an impressive heat yesterday to reach this far in the round? Rafael da Costa, yeah, really explosive Portuguese-Brazilian rider. Here he comes,
Here he
Kike.
comes, toe side. This is going to be his toe side air 5. Really nice. He has that move down. Kike's been training a lot here in Brazil. It's great to see the youngster come, and he has his work cut out for him against a rider like Gianmarco. Front row, shove it, not quite getting it. Would have been good to have done it in front of Gianmarco, putting the pressure on. You can see Gianmarco, I love how fast he rides. He just super collected, and here you go, nice little kite loop, little to say, not really. Kite loop, tic-tac. Question if the judges are going to count that. It was a little bit too long of a butt check. It'll be interesting to see if they score it or not.
No shortage of showmanship on offer in this heat, I would say. And Marcus, one of the top crowd pleasers in the game. We're going to see that smile out soon as he comes in, waving to the crowd. But Kike definitely following on in that suit. I think we saw plenty of claims from him yesterday.
Yeah, we did. Every time he landed a trick, he's looking back to Chuso on the beach, and yeah, it's great. I know all the guys and girls back in Spain, his mum and dad are going to be watching Kike. So yeah, great. Nice saying hi out to them, and you can be proud of how far Kike has got in this competition. But as you can see, the experience of Gianmarco Riveras from Dominican, also living in Tarifa, 11.9 on the board, and Kike at a 4.13. So, you know, Kike has to step it up. These are hard heats. Gianmarco is one of the best riders in the world. So let's hear how the young Ron prevails.
Yeah, just 16 years old against a man who's almost twice his age at 30 years old, Jan Marcos Riveros. So no shortage of experience from Jan Marcos. But as we see, had to work hard yesterday, and some of the big riders seem to be planning on relying on fewer tricks but bigger tricks, bigger landings. But as we've seen, the landings have evaded some people. So so the up-and-coming riders, their game strategy has been just to keep a really good rhythm, keep landing the tricks, keep doing the basics really well, and putting the pressure on the guys. And that's exactly what Kike's been doing.
Nice front row board off there from Kike. He's stacking up the tricks. He's really good to see. Oh, Gianmarcos, easy, careful there with the boys. We don't want you bouncing off any of those. Yeah, you can see both of the riders going for all of the moves. I really like how calm Gianmarco is. He's such a complete rider, and like you say, he is the showman. He's one of the best ambassadors for our sport on and off the water, and he's someone to be looked up by. And like, I must imagine how Kike is feeling here, riding against him. He's been learning tricks off of Gianmarco, rides with him constantly. So great feeling to be on the water there with his compadre.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing Jan Marcos' front roll again coming out. But it's Kike's that we're looking at right now, getting some good heat going into the rodeo halfway through. And there we go.
There you go. He's happy. You can see the smile on Kike's face.
Yeah, he's happy with that. Claim number 1 in the bag. Jan Marcos just edging out a slight lead as we see him coming down nicely from height, managing that back loop just to pull him out of it. As Jan Marcos comes into tack and heads back out, we're just going to pop outside for some audio with our co-presenter Marcus. How you doing out there, Marcus?
I'm great, guys. Oh my God, such an overwhelming feeling here. Third day of competition. I'm here with the local hero, Emmanuel de Souza, all the way from Paracuru. A huge surfing scene, a huge Strapley kite surfing scene also. We're gonna do like a table tennis interview, Portuguese. I'll be translating for English for you guys. Emmanuel, seu orgulho de estar aqui na sua terrinha, vendo os melhores riders do mundo, competindo ao seu lado e ainda avançando em cima deles.
Estou muito feliz, cara. Não esperava por isso. Tipo, eu andei treinando bastante, sim. Eu precisava ver um campeonato mundial desse para ver o nível da galera e chegar em casa e treinar mais ainda, porque eu sei que eu não estou bem no nível e estou avançando a repescagem. E, é uma bateria atrás da outra, né? Os caras são casca grossa, estão todo mundo de parabéns, o evento está muito bom. E o vento aqui no Prea é sensacional, o strapless é perfeito.
Vou traduzir. So let me translate, guys. He's super warm feelings here to be surrounded with the best kite surfers of the world. He's pushing his level because of the guys. He's a local hero here, so he's pretty comfortable to be here. He's pushing his level up because of the guys. And there is a common thing between me and him, Emmanuel. Oh my God, it's so cool. His coach, Osvaldo, used to compete with me in surf competitions in the state of Rio de Janeiro. So I met the guy right now, like I didn't see the guy for like 20 years almost, and he's his coach. And now I want you to tell more about the strapless scene in Paracuru.
Então, nossa escola lá no Paracuru, a Strapless Center, é onde eu pego o meu material, tenho todo o suporte, o Jamar, que ele me patrocina. E eu agradeço muito a ele pelo apoio que ele me dá. Quero agradecer a Greenish também, que é uma marca de surfwear do Brasil, que é muito conhecida.
Alô, Dunga Neto.
Boa, Dunga, Petrone.
Alô, Petrone.
Valeu, é isso.
Parabéns, Emmanuel. Let me translate, okay? Hey guys, he's have a support of the Strapless Kite Surfing School. He's sponsoring Paracuru, Greenwich, all the kudos for the sponsor of the Warriors, Brazilian Warriors. Back to you guys.
Thank you there, Marcus. Congratulations, Leonardo. That was a great one. Here we have Kite rolling. Yeah, we can see both of these riders. Super impressive riding from both of them. Really, really good to see. The youngster and Jan Marcos Rivera. It must be pretty close. I presume we're going to have the scores up on the screen very soon to see how both of these riders have been doing. And a great interview there from Leonardo, the Brazilian, who's doing really well. Nice little kite loop there from Kite. Coming down a bit higher. Yeah, we can see it must be a very, very close heat here. Just let me see if I can open up the scores here, see how we are doing. There you go. So Kite is, Gianmarco is going hard. So Kite is actually in front here by just under 4 points. So really, really good riding from the youngster. And let's see how Gianmarco's, I mean, this is not over until it's over. Both riders know what it's like to get the moves, and really good to see Kiko holding a rider such as Gianmarco. So he's going for that kite loop tic-tac. Again, not quite getting it. It looks like there's quite a harsh gust there on the inside. Gianmarco's just going for a little rodeo there on the outside. Getting closer and closer. So we can see Kiko, his highest score is a 6.4 for that front row rodeo, and then we have Gianmarco's keeping it a little bit more busy with the highest score of a 4.47. Sorry, excuse me, a 5.37 on a kite loop back roll. So super, super equal scores here from both of them, and great to see both riders prevail. So Gianmarco's going unhooked. That was a shame. That would have hit another family, and that would have done some serious damage in this heat. Obviously, you know, you got to risk it all, especially in these more advanced heats in the competition. Kiko, he's been looking for that move. Third try lucky. He's happy. He knows that was an important trick to have. You can see him fisting himself out there. So yeah, congratulations, Kiko. I know you're happy with that one. So he's going for one tic-tac front. Almost. I love to see how the young Spaniard has a smile on his face, and I know his mum and dad will be watching and will be proud. So last minute in this really close heat here, you can see Gianmarco making the finest adjustments. I mean, he is only about 6 points away from Kiko, so one good solid move is what it's about. And if anybody can make one good solid move at the buzzer, that will be Gianmarcos, and I presume he's probably going to try to do that handle pass. Kiko, back loop, tic-tac, so very, very close. Gianmarcos, not quite riding out of that one, and I think that might close the deal for Kiko. He has a combination situation here on Gianmarco, so the youngster seems like he might have this heat. Gianmarco's not quite getting it. Kiko going high, front, tic-tac, coming down in a bundle. But yeah, I think he knows he's done enough to prevail in this heat. And yeah, we see a final scores come in, but as it seems, unless head judge Danny Jimenez has to validate one more score, it seems like Kiko Royds has gone past Gianmarcos Rivera here in the Brazil Prea competitions of the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour, and there you go. That shows the sportsmanship of Gianmarco Rivera. Felicitaciones for him. He's always, this is what we want. He's an ambassador of our sport. No matter how the result, he's coming off. Congratulating the crowd, the sponsors, and everybody. He is the example of what an ambassador for a strapless rider should be, Jim.
Yeah, it looks like Kike's continuing to show that consistency is key. Looks so assured for a 16-year-old. Really, really good up against a guy who he learnt a lot from. Yeah, Marcus, I guess, stumbling through a few tricks. Looks like Kike got the all-important front shove it in there as well. Not the highest score for that one as well. You see him just rotating around a front roll. A little bit of a kick there coming in on landing. Kike getting good height and good consistency throughout his tricks. High trick count, 40.09. Looks like the highest heat score of the day so far. Way. Kike loves that, doesn't he?
That's awesome. You can see he's so happy. And
young matador.
Young matador, el matador, la anguila. It's great, and I know we, being from Tarifa, we know his parents really well. I can imagine the smile on his mum and dad's face right now. So congratulations, Kike, you deserve it.
Yeah, Marcus just, his shorts are quite a bit wetter than Kike's, I was going to say, at the end of this heat, but there we go. Kike proving me wrong. That's the back roll kite loop. Nice trick.
That was
see some really big versions of that
trick,
later on, don't we? Machi Lopez, particular specialist at that. Kike going into the front roll. Here's the shove it. It's not the most powerful, but having to rescue the lines a little bit. That's why it was only a 5.67. Anything up to an 8, I guess, is a really good one for that trick there. But here comes a nice little kite loop, board under his feet, riding it out with a little butt check. Looking back while he's still doing the butt check, knows he's going to pull out of it. So there we go with a double tic-tac, just losing it. You can see he's already throwing his head back on the way back.
And there you go, a nice back roll tic-tac for Kike, ending the heat with a win. So congratulations to Kike, and we'll be back after this short commercial break.
Welcome back, guys, as we have just completed the third heat in round 3 of the men's double elimination. We've just had young Marcos Riveras gracious in defeat against the young upstart 16-year-old Kiko Roig, also from Tarifa. And we're moving on to the last heat of round 4 in the men's double elimination. Matt Elsasser from the US, East Coast US rider, against Yaris Delomo, a young 18-year-old from Italy. Matt, very, very impressive. Last outing we saw him was at the Tarifa Strapless Pro. Really a wave specialist, Indo wave hunter, really good surf style though, as I mentioned, from the East Coast of the US, but really able in terms of strapless freestyle to be able to switch into it. He told us he hasn't been practicing it very much, but has barely put a foot wrong.
Can't show it here. He's been showing really impressive riding, and especially that double front he had from yesterday, just super easy. I reckon he's been pulling our leg that he hasn't been training much, just to make it seem and it be a force to be reckoned with, just underneath, and not letting all the riders know that he's actually really been kiting really well in this event. And I really like his style. He just seems so calm and so under control, and you can see he's coming in here, nice amount of speed. Let's see what Matt has for us. He landed one of those front shovels really nicely yesterday. He has those moves, and Yaris on the outside there landing something revert. So both of the guys keep him busy, and yeah, this is both Cabrini riders, and good to see all of them coming through here.
Yeah, Matt, very unhurried in life as he is on the water, I guess. And
Yeah.
as we see Yaris just coming up, looking for a little bit of chop on the outside, left hand ready to catch the board, switch into toe side, up, pop, 180 into toe side air reverse. Not too fluid, but just rescuing the kite.
Starting to get some points on the board. Yaris, one of the lighter riders out there, so you can see he can ride a smaller kite a little bit. And then Matt going probably for that double I was speaking from yesterday. Nice. Really nice. You see how he brings the board up into his body, bending his knees, so he gets that clean rotation. That's going to be a high scoring move. It's probably going to be up in the 6.0 area. So good score for Matt to have on the board. That's probably going to put him in the lead. And changing boards for some reason, we don't know if maybe he's had an issue or he just has certain moves he likes to do on one board or the other.
Yeah, maybe he is a big guy, but showed great technique there, being able to get so much height, probably giving away 20-25 kilos to his competitor, but didn't affect his height.
Nice little tic-tac there from Yaris. He's putting small scores on the board, which is one way of taking it, but you know, when you're going up against a rider like Matt Alsasser, and especially after landing that double front row, you know, good to get those small scores on the board, but you have to start stepping it up. You need your scores to be in the 4.4 or 6.0 range to be able to start competing against him. You can see the speed Matt has there. Nice little back roll from Yaris, keeping himself busy, and let's see what Matt's got for us here on the way in.
Here he comes, pops up, single front roll, 1 footer, a couple of tricks in the front roll family now.
That was good, that was nice. If you could extend that leg a little bit more, we were talking about that yesterday, yeah. not stretching it out. Just like some of the guys like Julien Sudrat back in the day, but they made sure everything was extended. But Matt definitely, he has a 7.5 for that double front roll. There you go. Really good score from here. That's probably one of the highest scores of the double elimination.
Well, that was all down to the height and the control that he showed. Great technique. And the landing came in with good speed and power. His kite was already getting back down towards 45 degrees and rode it out. It's really impressive. And what Matt has been able to do is put into action what some of the bigger riders and more well-known riders have tried to do, which is fewer tricks but focus on the big tricks. But their percentages have been down, whereas Matt's percentage of successful landings have been high. So far, whatever he's having for breakfast is paying off. Not sure why he switched the board. That board has been, the other board has been performing really well for him. Perhaps as a bigger rider he came down, might have damaged it. It was a quad fin, so I'm not sure if he's switched up to a thruster or not, but you can see very much really aggressive, sort of more pure wave board that he's gone on, rounder rails, hugs the water a bit better.
Yeah, you can see both of these guys stepping it up. Matt went into lead there for a few seconds with 15.95, and then Yaris Doromo did another really good trick, keeping busy. He's at 18.44, so trick for trick these guys are going, really good to see. And here we have Matt, back row, no grab, not quite getting the karate kick in the middle of that move to be able to get that board underneath you and land with the kite loop. So yeah, needs to get a little bit extra height on that one to be able to go through.
Looks like Yaris just skidded out on a couple of potential takeoff spots there, but 18.44 is his total from 8 tricks so far. 8 tricks is the combined total that the judges are looking for, the 8 best tricks. So one of those tricks is going to be ejected if he gets a higher score at the moment. It probably won't be that little back roll there. He hasn't had a super high score yet at the minute, but his total comes from consistency. So 3.87 being his highest for Rodeo versus 7.5 for Matt's double front roll. Matt only with 3 tricks registered, so there you can see the difference that.
Definitely, and just some results came in. The young Spaniard Quique Roy goes past Gianmarco, so one of the big upsets here from the double elimination. Congratulations, Kiko. That is an amazing result for you, and really proud of you, mate.
Yeah, he's going to be happy with that. He never has a smile off his face, but it's going to be bigger now. Yeah, Marcos, perhaps his smile will be a little smaller, but he'll still be pleased to have been here, have the experience on the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour. As you say, one of our great ambassadors. We'll be seeing him again in Australia, and I'm sure he's looking forward to getting into some waves in Australia. That will be a mixed event, mixing wave and strapless freestyle. So yeah, we're all really excited about that progressing discipline. Strapless freestyle is giving these riders the chance to show off these tricks, to develop them together. We all know that riders progress as a unit when they're pushing each other, and over the next months, and especially the coming years, we're going to see more and more power development, and we're going to see these riders throwing these tricks into more critical situations in waves. But great for these riders to be able to come to a really, really popular location like Prea, a real kiteboarding hub. So many riders come here for their holidays over the year. Many, many riders know it well. And it's great to see what good riders can do in a discipline like strapless freestyle, applying it to what is conditions that many, many of us will be riding in every day. Perhaps not the warm winds and hairdry winds of Prea, but these water conditions certainly are conditions that we'll find anywhere around the world.
You see a nice little 360 shove it there from Matt, and a little Jesus walk from Jaris. Keeping also what Jaris is doing here really intelligently. He's touching all of the families. So instead of making his scores better, he's actually getting more scores out there because he's touching all the different 8 families. Because it is possible to have 80 points if you had 8-10 scoring maneuvers. So that's a really good way of approaching a heat like this. Is that doing families that his contender doesn't touch, and that way he's going to get past him. So very close at the moment. Matt just took the lead there, 21.72, and he's just done a nice little back roll with a grab, and probably going to increase his score on that last one. So yeah, both of these riders, obviously it's good to see they've been reading the rule book, checking the judging criteria. You know, this is a competition. It's not how you score the goal, it's getting the ball in the back of the net, and yeah, really good from both of them.
Yeah, Matt again, just the ticker in the top corner there, just moving him slightly higher. Just moved him another 3 points on. It was just barely a point in it. It's now almost 5. So Matt doing what he has done for the competition so far, just really, really remaining consistent, turning the screw on his opponent. Yaris, a younger rider, but with as much strapless freestyle experience. Matt with a lot of wave riding experience in the US, competed in a lot of wave-specific competitions over there. Really well-known rider, rep for Cabrina on the East Coast.
Jerry's looking for something. Front roll, 1 foot. Wow, face planting that one. Just going over the front edge, dug it in, and unfortunately didn't conclude that trick. And Matt Elsasser now 24.79. He's got a 4-point lead over young Yaris, and coming in here with some speed. He's a really complete rider, Matt, and see what he's got. Front row, shove it, not quite getting the height. Nice spin, landing. Unfortunately sat down on the board, which won't count as a landing.
Yeah, we have seen Matt complete a back roll trick there. I guess perhaps that seemed to be why he swapped the board, perhaps coming down on a steeper angle. He swapped up for a board with a little bit more nose rocker to allow for that, and it seemed to pay off, ticking the back roll category. But that was a close heat. Yaris Delomo landed a trick for the first time in this competition in the single elimination.
Yeah, so he was stoked. He was stoked.
Yeah, young 18-year-old. This is he's been on tour with us for a few events, gaining experience, and certainly not. There's no shame in going out to a rider like Matt Elsasser at this stage of the competition, round 3 of the men's double elimination. This is the final heat of round 3. We're moving into round 4. After this, Matt Elsasser, this is the big double front roll, just managing to manage his foot position. Did you see the back foot just moved ever so slightly as he was coming around that second front roll?
I mean, well deserved for that 7.5. Really smooth, obviously because the wind's a little lighter. You can see the judges have been rewarding everybody with a little bit extra points, especially those guys are going higher. And there you go, you can see little back roll 1 foot there from Yaris. Very intelligent riding from the young Italian, because that way he was able to coordinate and touch all of those different families to rack up those points. And yeah, he probably knew he couldn't go as high as Matt, but really intelligent strategy there, and almost pulling it off, keeping it to the very end of the competition in the heat to be able to get past this rider. But Matt Elsasser going through to the next round, and in the next round he will be meeting his teammate Kiahi Boitis from Australia. So coming up next, we have Evan next, also another Cabrina rider, is going to be going up against Reese Meyer-Scott, 2 very similar riders. Evan, really nice to see him back on tour. We haven't seen him for a while. And yeah, good to have all of the Americans here at this event. So here you see just the control here from Matt, not quite getting that shove it, but yeah, congratulations to him for taking the win in this heat. And we'll be back with the next heat just after this small commercial break.
Hi guys, we're back after a little break there from sponsors who we are very, very grateful for stepping up and helping us put this competition on. But right now, this isn't a heat that I've been really looking forward to. It's the first heat of round 4 in the men's double elimination. Evan Netsch has been so, so impressive in his return to competition. We haven't seen him like Matt Alsasser since the Tarifa Strapless Pro. Evan, in I think 3 or 4 events that he's done with us, has never finished outside the top 5. Super, super consistent, really, really stylish, as you're going to see. He's up against Reese Myerscough, who we have mentioned is on the up at the minute, really, really confident. But right now, in this transition period, as we await the start, we're going to head outside to Marcus, who I believe has Kike with him.
Yeah, guys, oh my God, the guy's ripping all the way from Valencia to Tarifa, the local legend with 17 years old. Vamos a hablar un poquito. ¿Cómo está la competición y la condición ahora?
Están un poco flojas, esto parece que está subiendo el viento, pero está bien todo.
Tu gear, tu material, ¿está funcionando bien acá?
Sí, muy bien, muy bien. He entrado con una cometa pequeña de 8 metros, pero he tenido que hacer un cambio a 9 porque estava muy flojo con ella.
Qual è tua routine après la compete? Você gusta escutar una música? ¿Cómo te estiga para estar la performance?
A mí me gusta levantarme y estar con mis amigos en música, no me gusta mucho.
Ok, los amigos son los caminos para el suceso.
Sí, siempre.
Gracias, chico. Y usted está abalando la estructura acá, ¿ok? Un saludo a todos sus fans, su familia.
Y un saludo a mis padres.
Okay, guys, back to you, Joe. You got a test. Translate on English for me, okay?
Yeah, no, awesome. Congratulations, Kike. That was some really good ride with him. And like he said, saludo a sus padres y el niño lo ha conseguido el niño. Muy, muy bien, Kike. Felicitaciones. Enorme, chaval. So yeah, really good to see the youngsters going through and a solid performance from both of them. So great to see Kike there coming through. And here on the water now we have Reese Myerscough and Evan Netsch already putting the points up, and Evan with a really solid 7.07 there, and just trick for trick here.
Yeah, Evan Netsch, a Cape Hatteras resident on the east coast of the US there. Beautiful island chain, narrow island chain off the North Carolina coastline. Offers up conditions of some of the best surf on the east coast, off the east coast of the island, and then on the inside, just beautiful flat water. He's a really regular competitor on the Triple S. Does every single kiteboarding discipline that we currently have, from foiling to waves to wake style, and of course now to strapless freestyle, and he is so consistent. I mean, 7.07 already. Reese is going to have to step up if he's going to continue for this to be his best result so far on the GKA.
Yeah, Evan, it's nice to see him back on tour and some of the Americans coming back. I really like his style. Just like, even though he missed that was just going to be a simple transition. Really good to see. But Reese, there you go. He's putting some power into those moves. He obviously has seen that Evan's keeping it busy, and he knows he has to step it up. I mean, you know, getting to the final rounds of the competition. This is where you have to go big or go home.
That's it. Canada v US, and that's what Evan's got, you see. He just manages to, he's got so much dexterity in his hands and feet, and his core balance is so good that he can adjust to a situation at the last minute and just managing to find exactly what he needs to do to be able to ride it away.
He's racking up the points here. You just saw a nice, like you said, that front shove it really good, and a nice air revert there. Reese coming in with a really nice back roll tic-tac on the inside. That's going to score well, and he's going to have to start putting tricks like that in the 5-point or 6-point area, and you can see him going toe side here probably for that toe side air reverse. Right, landing that, and everyone on the back row. I think he had a 1 foot on there. Did I see, Jim?
Yeah, looked like it. Just a little back roll there from Evan, but Reese doing what he's got to do. Good man. Keeping his consistency high, showing good depth and range, and good power in some of his landings. We only caught the edge of a trick. Another one there riding out nicely. He's in the zone at the minute, Reese. Haven't seen him ride this well before, but just continuing what he managed to do yesterday as well. So great to see a rider when all the moving parts seem to just click together in their mind, and they're able to just put everything together on the water in a heat. But he's going to have to do that against Evan, because this guy just does not let up. He is a machine. Has a definite style, really surf skate style in terms of strapless freestyle. We're probably not going to see him go for a rodeo, where the board goes between the legs. But many, many riders are really using that move to great effect. And what it allows them to do is find maneuvers like really, really powerful inverted kite loops. But Evan hasn't seemed to have needed to bring that into his game just yet. Certainly building up really, really good trick scores to progress to make that this is his entry into the double elimination. First heat for him.
You can see there Gustavo Arrojo getting ready on the shore, putting some wax on that. We also checked Gustavo's board yesterday to make sure the wax that he's putting on isn't any of the sticky stuff. He's riding really well, and he's very happy with his performance here in this event, coming very close to getting through with Mito Montero. I think it was something like a 0.6 difference in between the two of them, so a top performance there from the Spaniard. Yeah. And as you can see here, both Evan and Reese really going at it. I love that skate style that both of them have, and like you say, Evan he's so collected, such core stability that he's able to land some of those nice there you go, that's what we're talking about, style, just not even grabbing the board, just doing that little one footer, and at the end just sticking it on. It's small details. I'm a big fan of the style of Evan Netsch.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw him once boosting over an island in Cape Hatteras when we were doing the Triple S. It was incredible. I mean, you know, just narrowest of margins, but his kite control is so, so good, and his flight management, managing to eke out those extra few meters just to make it beyond the land and back into the water with a huge kite loop in the middle of it. Really, 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 really impressive. Very, very fluid. But yeah, as I say, Reese managing to match him, certainly in terms of flow.
Yeah, what is it about these Cabrini riders and jumping over stuff or off of stuff? And you got riders like Nick as well doing that, and there was a really good landing there from Reese, and yeah, really good to see. But yeah, it's insane. Like, I actually think I saw Evan jump out of a building once, and here we have the Capitan General of the event, Paolo. Thanks to this guy, we have been able to put this event together, and it's great to see. Really, really awesome, and thank you so much for having us. Evan, again, keep him busy. He actually has that front shove it, excuse me, already in the bag. I wonder why must be trying to improve that score. I wasn't too happy with how it landed at the first time.
Yeah, well, let's have a look. So he's got back roll, toe side air reverse, front roll to reverse, toe side air 360, front roll 1 foot in the bag already, and my system isn't just showing me the other one, so I can't confirm that he does have a front shove it. But if you saw it, we see Reese banging out a big kite loop, just
going for it,
testing out his knees on the landing there.
Yeah.
But it's not the first time we've seen him attempt that trick. I think he had a better landing on that earlier on, making use of the full coverage deck pad. Giving him...
unhooked, toe side, air reverse with a pass. There you go, that's intelligent. He's hitting that handle pass family that not a lot of the riders do. You saw Jan Marcos in the last heat trying to land that one, but not quite getting the board under his feet, and that's a really intelligent move from Evan Netsch there. That's going to probably make a difference on the scoreboard.
Yeah, in his heat against Ayrton on the first day, didn't manage to successfully pull that out. The winds were a little bit stronger by that point, and obviously Ayrton had done, you know, one of the most impressive 313s in the heat by then, so perhaps just unnerved Evan a little bit. But loads of wake-style heritage, really, really accomplished rider, and making that surface pass look pretty easy. And for sure, injecting a score onto his board there that we don't think Reese has in the bag. We certainly haven't seen it before, as we see him do a nice shove it on the inside. Just dealing with a bit of seaweed on the fins there, no doubt. He needs to clear those off.
Ollie those out, there you go, just making sure that there's no seaweed on the fins, as you're mentioning. You can see the deck pack on that board just all the way along, which is quite intelligent, because no matter where you put the feet, and it's actually a smaller board. There's Evan going for that flat 3. And Reese is after this kite loop. There you go, he's got it. Nice, solid landing. That's going to be a good scoring move for him. And they're quite close, so I don't think Reese actually has the kite loop family yet. Let's check. So that is going to be a full score for him. So he's probably going to go into the 17-point range now with that. It must be around the 5.5 range, I would presume.
Yeah, I would imagine if we put it into perspective, it wasn't the highest, and although he rode it out, he did have to wait quite a long time for the kite to come back in the power zone. So that was, you know, good riding and balance skills. Could have done with a bit more height. So the kite loop could have been a bit more powerful and a bit more control on landing. But we haven't seen that many riders landing it successfully. Evan, again, just not quite getting his unhook maneuver and trying to hook back into the chicken loop as Reese once again riding a trick out.
How did he come out of that one?
Using 3 limbs for balance. but it does look like Evan Netsch has
Does look
done
like
enough.
he has the upper hand. I think that last two scores are going to have to be validated. I don't see them on the board yet, so it's not over until it's over, but I think just not enough to go past Mr. Evan Netsch. There you go, Reese, just nice and stylish. I really like how he spins and stuff.
Yeah. Super assured, Evan. Just got loads of time bringing the bar back round there. This is his toe side 3. Nice, just constantly going for it. Reese, this could be the last we see of Reese in the competition. 2 front rolls there back to back. You can see Evan getting a lot more height and adding in a 1-footer. That's going to add more tricks in comparison. Here's the front roll with the shove it, Joe. Yeah, you're right. Landed that out. That's what Reese does really, really well. Keeps everything all in line over the center of the board. Great core strength, knee strength riding it out. And Reese.
That was a really nice floaty move. And I think this is that front. Yeah, lacking a bit of height compared to Evan, you can see there. I think probably Evan had the upper hand with the height, and also hitting that handle pass family must obviously did some damage on the overall score, because Reese was not able to score a single point in that family. So great riding from Evan. He was looking for that shove it in the end, and I think in the end the one he did first was the best. And yeah, so congratulations to Evan Netsch from the US for going through to the next round, and he will be going up against the winner from heat number 44A, who will be either Matthew Lopez or Kiko Reut. So he's got his work cut out for him no matter what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you know, Reese did lose out a little bit there to the unhooked tricks when it came down to it. He could have found an advantage with a huge kite loop. Perhaps the wind conditions just aren't quite strong enough for that, but we will see later on as the wind picks up. We're going to see some huge kite loops, some spectacular maneuvers. Evan Netsch, James Carew, some of the biggest kite loopers in the game, so make sure you don't go anywhere, because they are going to be coming up in the next few heats. As we're just watching the highlight replay package from this heat. There we go. It's a front roll, unhooked front roll. And if we're looking at the back roll kite loop there from Reese, this is the last highlight of this package. Just riding it out, wrist for help. Yay, come on. And we'll see you in a moment.
And we're back now. Coming on the water will be Gustavo Arrojo from Spain, from my hometown Tarifa. So mucha suerte, Gustavo. Sandra, sé que estás escuchando. Ya veremos cómo lo hace tu niño. And also Leonardo de Sousa from Brazil. The Brazilian riding really well and solid. This is going to be a very good heat. Gustavo Arrojo, he's known for his speed, as we can see, especially known for his big air. Nice big air there on the inside, putting the board against the wing, making sure that he keeps that board under his feet. Let's see what he's got for us going on the outside here. I really like how he rides with speed. This is the kind of power we want to see from the riders. So really good start there for both of them. Let's see, so front roll, double front roll from Gustavo. We just missed the landing. I think he didn't get that move. But yeah, obviously you can see the confidence in him, and he knows against Leonardo. Leonardo keeping it simple, going for that front roll grab, you know, starting to put a few points on the board. You can see here we have both of them. So Gustavo Arrojo on the left and Leonardo de Sousa on the right. Gustavo with the Nash kite and Leonardo will be on the right-hand side. So front shove it perfect from Gustavo. It really has that move on tap, so that was going to be a good scoring move for him. That's probably in the 5.0. And this is one of my favorite moves from Leonardo da Sosa. I love how he has that power and lands with smoothly and comes out of that move as if nothing happens. You can just see that the surf style here from him. So both of the riders riding really well. Let's see, nice back roll, no grab from Leonardo, stomping the landing. Yeah, these boys mean business. You can see Leonardo has a slight advantage over Gustavo. I know all scores aren't in yet. Let's see the upload. So Gustavo slightly forward. I think Leonardo's probably still missing the score, so still close. Dale, Gustavo, vamos. Back roll, tic-tac. Not quite getting the height. That won't be counted. He needs to get a little bit more pop off the board. It seemed like he maybe hit a lull there. Not quite getting the height he wanted. Leonardo, nice kite loop. Not quite getting the landing also. I think these, very hard conditions out there. You can see the chop on the water. The guys have to time both a chop to be able to pop and then also time landing on flat so they have a smooth landing. So there you go. Big rodeo board off there for Leonardo. Not quite getting the landing again. Once again, you saw him hitting that chop at the beginning. Let's see what Gustavo has for us here on the inside. Loading up. He pops front. Position in the board against the wind, perfect landing, really nice front loop there. That's going to score well with the judges. Like we've been saying throughout the event, it's about hitting all of those families. So you can see Gustavo, he has the front roll, he has a front roll shove it, so that's a combination. Then he also, on the back, has the big pop. He's looking for all of those families. And Leonardo also, he's been touching the reverts, touching the back rolls, touching the front rolls, so which is probably why he has a little slight advantage here over Gustavo. But he is looking for that kite loop on the inside. You can see it's really impressive how he lands with power and how he can take the impacts in his legs. He's riding a little bit of a wider board, coming in and going down hard. And here we can see on screen Evan Netz just going through that last heat. Congratulations, Evan. Gustavo, really nice move there. He's super happy about that one, and I can hear the Spaniards, Chuso, Quiquet, and all the boys on the shore cheering in on him. So he's here with the family. Great to see the homeboys cheering on their compadre.
Yeah, Gustavo's certainly going to have his work cut out for him against the Brazilian on form. De Souza, the last remaining wild card, and certainly looks like he isn't planning on ending his competition anytime soon. Although it is Gustavo with the early lead and coming down from a big back roll. He looks so assured on those now. 6 months ago, they were, 30% perhaps chance at the best. Now he's looking more like 85, 90 every time he comes down.
Yeah, there you go. De Souza coming in with a big score. He's taking the advantage over Gustavo, but I think maybe the last trick of Gustavo, that floating back roll.
There we go.
Spoken wasn't on the scoreboard there. So again, Gustavo riding really intelligently, touching all the different families. That's what it is about. He is one of the most calculating riders we have on tour. You always see him studying, making sure everything's in place. He knows where he is, what he's got to do in the competition to get those points. And coming through there, how did he land that?
He got really nice extension there, didn't he? Went for the Superman partway through. Perhaps wasn't as high as he thought, which made the scramble to get the board back underneath him really quick. But yeah, managed that really, really well.
Yeah, that was impressive. I think that must be coming from all the mountain bike falls he has, because in Tarifa he has a biking company called E-Bike Tarifa that is really good on the electrical bikes, touring throughout the whole town. So if you're ever in Tarifa, make sure you check out E-Bike Tarifa.
De Souza getting away with what is going to be a shallow landing there. That pretty much went wrong from the start. He was committed to the kite loop, found himself inverted without his board, which many rookie kite loopers will have found themselves in. Never a nice situation, but it is Gustavo Arroyo that we're looking at, shaping up, sending the kite, getting the flow. Hey, nice little style into the back roll.
Not quite getting the landing. You can see him gritting his teeth there, going, God damn it.
It's difficult when you pause a trick like that halfway round to then find the momentum again, particularly on a floaty trick like that. You know, you kind of lose your momentum at the apex of the trick, and then you're relying on the kite to generate more momentum, and it's really intricate kite power to do that. But yeah, it's always difficult not to show off when there's a few people on the beach, I suppose.
He's got the pressure. I can see in the corner of my eye, I can see Giuseppe Quiquet shouting at him, dale, 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 dale.
Are you trying it again?
Yeah, second time lucky, and he saw Leonardo there in the back eyeing him down and answering. There you go. Okay, we have war.
Every time he's got that board under his feet in a really critical situation, really impressively. I tell you what, that board, whatever it is pretty strong. Because
It
it's,
definitely is. We're gonna have to have a look at that one.
Yeah, that front foot's definitely working its way through the
Kite-Surf.
top layers for sure.
Not quite getting it. That was close. Gustavo, he can't fall asleep here. The points are close, and so back roll, tic-tac, not quite getting the height or the landing there. So still close, and I think probably the score from De Sousa from that last kite loop isn't on the screen there yet. But Gustavo with that last trick going to a 28.99, almost hitting the 30-point average. So if you think riders like Camille Delanois in some of the final heats were hitting the 40, 45 average, it just shows you how well these guys are riding. And you know, Gustavo doing an awesome heat here and still only at 30.12.
Yeah, for me, he could be doing with a bit more speed and power on landing, but showing that he does have a real good range with his toe side air 3 out the back. Not a move that we've seen De Sousa land yet. De Sousa relying on power, grit, and determination. Exactly, in his tricks.
He goes Sousa on the outside. Gustavo trying that back roll, tic-tac again. Yeah, looks like he needs a bigger kite there. He's not quite got the power, and it is close and down to the wire. 30.12 against 28.23. Nice little board off. Yeah, simple, collected, just putting the little points up there.
It's all a little bit too floaty, I believe, at the moment from Gustavo. I think if he'd injected a bit more power, he would have had a bit more of a commanding lead. Perhaps playing it a little bit too safe. You know.
Yeah, very close. He needs another solid score on the board, because a guy like Leonardo can pull it out the bag in the final seconds of the heat. So yeah, let's see how this one goes. Gustavo, kite loop, rodeo. Nice, and I was going to say controlled, but unfortunately that butt check will put him off of the board, and that's a not counting. But obviously that trick from before has given him around a 6-point lead, so has starting to have a solid lead over the Brazilian. But yeah, it's not over until it's over.
Yeah, obviously De Sousa not landing that front roll out the back that we got a glimpse of, but good timing for Gustavo to start injecting some more power, throw a kite loop in there. For me, that was what he needed to bring into his heat. So
see, here he goes again.
Oh, no takeoff there. That's
weird. Yeah. He's not quite getting the height there. It looks like there's not so much wind on the inside. Making sure he pulls his shorts up. We do not want to scare the people watching the live stream, please. We do not want to scare everybody, Gustavo. There you go. I love that. Those little style details, I really like how he extended. And unless there's one heat to be validated in, looks like Gustavo Rojo has got there. So Sandra, ponte a celebrar.
Yeah, entertaining heat there, wasn't it? The battles are getting closer now. All riders who are entering the competition now, or indeed who are still in it and progressing through the double elimination, are all on form. Well-rounded to conditions, got their kit well tuned on the right kite size. Looks like Gustavo is on quite a big Nash kite out there. I imagine it's the pivot. Certainly doesn't look like a small kite. So we will see what the result is going to be confirmed. But Gustavo did have some good height early on there then, didn't he? That was a really nice controlled no grab egg. Had the shove it as well. Nice. So yeah, really good early on in the heat.
This is my favorite move from this guy. It's like how he pulls down on that front side of the bar so that he lands it with power. Super nice style. Yeah, De Sousa, congratulations to him. He's had a solid event. He is the Brazilian to go the furthest, went through some big names to get there, and awesome riding for him, and we hope to see him at future events on the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour.
Well, are you confirming that he's out of this?
By the scores, looking at the last validations, it seems that we'll have the final confirmation here from from Danny, but by the looks of it on the left-hand side of our screen, it seems like Gustavo Rojo has had it by 7 points.
Just losing out to a bit more range than I guess from Gustavo. Gustavo gaining experience, super committed to strapless freestyle tour and doing all he could to, and he had to do all he could to beat D'Souza. D'Souza was running speed and power. We've seen him do this a few times.
And here we're going to come with a commercial break before the Lex heat.
Foi sumido. O sabor original de Sprite voltou.
And we're back here. So heat coming up next will be the heat between Machu Lopez and Kiko, so two duotone riders. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, on the outside we have Marcos, and if I can see, with the Capitán General Paolo.
Le Capitán General Paolo acá. Vamos fazer pouco português acá. Paolo, seu orgulho de estar na sua nova terra, que é mais sua do que minha. Eu sou brasileiro, mas você reside aqui há tantos anos. Seu orgulho de estar recebendo os melhores kitesurfers do mundo.
É orgulho e emoção juntos. Um ano e meio de trabalho, depois de 15 anos de história desta pousada, deste nosso empreendimento. E ver aqui os melhores atletas do mundo, a organização é mix de orgulho e grande emoção. Desde o primeiro minuto eu vi a cara dos atletas, da organização, todo mundo feliz, smiling, sorrindo. Este é o prêmio melhor para nós. Continuam sorrindo, continuam felizes, tem gente na praia, hoje a grande final. É nada, é cansaço pouco, mas sensação de dever cumprido. É repito, sonho que se realiza para nós e espero, eu acho, por muitos anos daqui para frente e continuar tendo este evento. Então, obrigado para todos por estar aqui. Vamos em frente.
Likewise, obrigado a você, Paolo. He's super proud, super excited. Oh my God, what about the food here? No, now back to action, guys. JJ, Joe, and Jim.
Thank you, Marcos. Great to see Paolo, and thank you once again for having us in this beautiful location. So starting off with Quiquet from Spain, butt checking that. That's unusual for him. Nice little toe side air free. And here we have number 2 seed so far in this event, Machu Lopez, having a little trouble with his shoulder, but obviously doesn't feel it too much now, Jim.
Yeah, Machu Lopez has had a long time to think about his next heat, longer than usual. Was ejected from the single elimination earlier than he would have liked. Wasn't the happiest about it. Machu, 2016 world champion, runner-up last year. One of the stars of the show, and yeah, first outing today, he's up against the rider on fire, Kiko Roig, and Kiko is going to want to beat Macho. Duotone team riders, but Macho is a big scalp for Kike. It's going to go down in history for him. But yeah, looking solid, isn't he? Two toe side air reverses. The first one obviously wasn't quite right. Somehow managed to hold onto the board, even though the kite was pulling him over backwards. It's like alien tendency there.
Oh, missing it. Ah, come on, Kiko. I bet I can feel Philip Becker back in Munich and all the boys from Duotone watching this. And Duotone also one of the brands that has helped put this tour together with guys like Philip Becker or Till Eberle. Thank you so much, guys, for helping us out. And here you have two of your best riders in the water, and great to see the Grom Quiquet coming forward, some more Spanish power.
Yeah, absolutely. Machu feeling like he was perhaps a little bit underscored. Landed a triple back roll. He's the only rider that does it. It's a kind of floaty, spinny move, but a triple back roll, no doubt difficult. Wasn't the happiest about that, but clearly unaffected. Has got his head back in the game. He was saying earlier on that he was suffering a little bit with shoulder strain because these riders are riding so often with one hand on the bar. You are working that bar a lot and compensating for the pull that you get on the opposite side of the bar when you have two hands on. So certainly looking unaffected.
Stylish, that is great. Machu kicking the board one side, wrapping around the other side for that really nice air free. Kiko saw it. Come on, Kike, let's see what you have to respond to Machu Lopez. It's now or never, mate. I can hear Giuseppe, the Spanish team manager for Duotone, on the shore from here. 1, 2, really nice double there from Machu Lopez, racking up the points, just keeping it easy. He knows that he's up against a rider like Kite, and Kite, I think he's feeling the pressure. I mean, he's up against number 2 in the world. You can see he's just not as clean as he was against Jan Marcos, for example.
Yeah, not quite, but Machu Lopez, one of the ultimate competitors, really analytical, and suffered in the quarterfinals. Single elimination, went out to Camille Delanoy in what was a close heat, but Camille went on to win. The single elimination was on fire. Machu looks like he's back in the game. There we go. That's what you get from Machu. Goes big, but has this grace about him and manages to just be so in tune with the kite to loop it just at the perfect time to land. The difference that you have with Machu and Ayrton, which we've seen for the last 3 years, the top 2 riders in strapless freestyle statistically in the game, but there is a big difference between them. Ayrton is all explosive. He's always 110%, only has 1 speed, and it's all or nothing, whereas Machu Lopez really manages to find this fluid flow, whether it's waves, in life, in strapless freestyle. There we go.
Land it. He doesn't. That's unusual. Yeah, it's like you say. You just see Machu goes into the big tricks, but kind of lands them with grace. And score speaks for himself. 36.0 this early in the round, racking up the tricks. And Kite, speak again, 43.03. So Machu putting on a 30-point lead on Kiko Roy. So Kiko, it has to get his act together, going for it. Really good to see the youngster performing, just not quite having the heat that he had about Jan Marcos, and he just has to calm down. He still has time. He's an amazingly talented rider, and at 16 we know we are going to see big things from this kid in the future.
Well, absolutely, but Machu menacingly is already up to the heat score that Kiko got in the last round, so going to be it's a tough test for Kike now. He now has to beat his last heat score, which was already a fantastic heat score, was the highest heat score of the day. Here he is coming in switching kites. I imagine he's going for a bit more power. Height and amplitude being one of the key factors, and he's going to have to go big or he will be going home because Machu Lopez looks to be in control.
1,
Here we go,
2,
the triple.
3, almost.
Ooh.
That was so smooth. I love how Machu just doesn't break a single second in those things, and Kiko just losing it on the chop. Don't worry, man, just take a breather. He's amazingly how far he's got in this competition, and I bet it's now or never, so he's looking for those big moves. I know he has some front roll tic-tacs. There you go, front roll rodeo. Not quite coming down. This doesn't seem to have the power in those moves at the moment.
Machu Lopez, rodeo, kite, loop, not quite. But we saw him just earlier going for the triple front roll. The triple front roll seems to be turning out to be Ayrton Cozzolino's nemesis. He's been taken down by it twice in competition now, once by Machu Lopez earlier this year in Portugal, and Camille Delanoy using it to great effect in the finals of the single elimination earlier. So certainly a high scoring move at the moment for sure.
You see Kike doing a nice front shove it. Not quite having a lot of speed coming out of it, but it's putting another score up on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Haven't seen his score tick over much in the last couple of minutes, so I would expect that to go up perhaps a little bit. But perhaps he hasn't been landing. We've been used to him landing with great rhythm in his heats so far. Well warmed up, had 2 heats on the water already. Just buzzing out of screen there on a kite leap, not quite landing it though.
Yeah, no, not quite getting it together in this heat. Kike to Machu, Mr. Smooth. It's amazing the style he has, and it's why he is one of the best riders in the world. And I don't know if you saw some of the clips recently from Indo when he was doing some of the initial shoots for the new and duotone. Some of the barrows, and there with our GKA photographer Ipva, some of the shots that came out of the time they had there were amazing. And he is such a complete rider and a champion on and off the water, and an ambassador of our sport.
Great clip there to see Kike taking off and boosting over the top of Machu's head. Machu calmly having a look back. He's unthreatened by that. Kike had a crash, but Machu certainly is a rider that likes to ride on a high. He is affected by confidence and does like to ride with flow. This heat is going to be a great one for him, as we see him going double back roll rodeo
really
with
nice.
a kite loop.
Look at the smile.
Comes up smiling. I think he knows he's safe, but this is a good heat for Machu. Obviously, he wasn't happy going out in the quarterfinals of the single elimination. He's fighting he wants to maintain that second place in the championship, but he does ride on confidence, and if he can have a good win here, which it looks like he is, almost 20 points ahead of Kike, he's going to carry that forward, and he's going to need to carry confidence forward because it's the big guys coming into the competition as we go forward.
Kike there trying a double front roll, not quite getting the board underneath him. And yeah, like you say, Machu Lopez has to be happy with this heat. He's in the 43 average, which is where the other main contenders are further along in the competition. We're having their heats, like for example, Camille against Kiko earlier on had that 43-point average, so really good, confident booster here for Machu. It looks like his shoulders are proving to be okay, and yeah, it looks like we'll probably be seeing him in the next rounds.
Yeah, perhaps hasn't necessarily been working his shoulder as much. Some of the tricks that we've seen him land, such as double front roll, his highest score of the day of the heat, sorry, 7.33. Doesn't require him to take his hand off the bar, so maybe he is riding a little bit more intelligently, conserving some power in that shoulder. He's got so many tricks in the bag that I'm sure he has some plan where he's able to be more economic with his power, because he will save the best for last, and he will know that he's ahead here. So not too much strain on the shoulder needed for Machu Lopez, because he's going to need to strain it as he comes up against the bigger riders in the next couple of heats. So game on.
Yeah, amazing ride in there from Machu, really smooth, loving that double back loop, kite loop attempt, and you can just see pretty much until 3/4 way through the heat, he didn't even get his head wet, and yeah, there he just shows the control, the grace, the kite's in the perfect position all the time. I love this move from Machu. He just controls, keeps it in nice little whip around with the revert. So yeah, Machu is back, and he is on to going further forward in this competition. Really nice air reverse there from Machu. Great performance, and this is the double that gave him that 7.33, so high scoring move there, which is what he's going to need to go up against guys like Ayrton, Camille Lenoir, James Carew, and Mitu Monteiro to go further forward and hit a spot on that podium.
That seems to be like the double, triple front roll spot right there, where you can see him out there in the back left corner of the heat box. So let's keep an eye on that. See a nice clean flow of wind there, maybe some nice kickers showing up at that point.
But yeah, definitely congratulations to this young Grom, getting so far on in the competition. Great to see a young Kike, 16 years old, from Valencia, living in Tarifa. Definitely one of the locals. He's the Grom of our beach. So Kike, estamos súper orgullosos de ti. Felicidades, máquina, y a la próxima.
That's the double back roll rodeo that we saw from Machu there. And we're just watching Kike. This is the last trick that we're going to see from this great highlights package. Unfortunately for Kike, it will be the last time we see him, and we will be right back after this break. Welcome back, everybody, with your hosts here. I'm Jim Gaunt, editor of Kite World magazine and press manager for the Global Kite Sports Association. I am sat alongside me, Josie Astula, tour manager for the GKA. And right now we're going to head over to our other man on the ground, Marcus. He's outside with an interview. Looks like Evan Netch, is it?
Exactly, the guy all the way from North Carolina here in the hot weather of Brazil, man. You rip, I love your shove-its, your skate surf style. Can you follow that?
No, I appreciate it. I grew up surfing and windsurfing actually, so I always really like doing tricks I feel like I can apply to a wave. So I'm just
Such a professional.
out having fun, and it's the first contest I've done in I think 2 years for the GKA. So I'm just stoked to be here, and honestly pretty surprised I made it this far. So no, I'm really happy for sure.
Amazing, keep ripping. A little shout out to your family and fans back home.
Yeah, I'd like to say, of course, thank you so much to Cabrina and Neil Pride for sending me here, and my parents for getting me into windsurfing at such a young age, and of course, you know, being stoked and pushing me to kite and follow doing what I do. So I'm certainly lucky to be where I am, without a doubt.
We are lucky to have you here, man. Good luck on the next round, okay?
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys, JJ.
Absolutely, that's it. Thanks, Marcus. Yeah. Very often it's great to hear when guys have got into the sport through their family, just as Joe and I did. Really fortunate. So yeah, up next, here's a heat for you. Kiahi Diaboites against Matt Elsasser, Cabrina teammates, and both guys who are really dedicated to their sort of style in the way that they approach strapless freestyle. Really tweaked. We're going to see some nice grabs. We're going to see some great forward rolls. Both of them have the front shove it in the locker, and both of them want bragging rights when they get back to Cabrina HQ.
You could see Matthew Lopez there just holding his shoulder a bit. Obviously, it's going to be hurting, but he can be very happy with performance. Oh! Kiahi trying James Carews' move, the toe side air 5. James, you're losing it. And here we have the beautiful Charlotte and Marcela Witt just saying hi to everybody. Guessing the views are going to be going up a little bit right now.
Yeah, Marcela and Charlotte will be back in action in the women's competition later on today. But you are watching Kiahi Diaboites just finding a landing. This is what is so impressive about Kiahi. I mean, he's an all-round waterman. There is no kind of water sport that he doesn't do, and those combined hours just really help him find landings out of nowhere. Really accomplished rider, as is Matt Elsasser.
Yeah, getting that double front loop again. And he got a 7.5 in the one in the previous. It didn't look as high or powerful as the last one, so let's see how the judges score it. But both of these riders, considering some of the the best wave riders in the world, and they're always traveling looking for those swells. Kiahi recently coming back from a trip where he pretty much said it was 10 foot overhead. So yeah, if Kiahi says that, it must have been pretty damn gnarly. And yeah, great to see how he just jumps off of a plane, being on a surfboard, barreling waves, and then just comes into freestyle. Shows what a complete rider he is.
Yeah, not the first time Kiahi's done that. One footer from Matt riding it out. These riders travel a lot together. They're both Cabrina teammates, often involved in photo shoots, but just through general fun as well. They travel a lot together. Toe side air 5. Is he going to make it this time? No,
he's looking for
quite.
it. I can imagine James on the shore going, "Oi, that's my move, mate."
Yeah, time to invent another one, mate. Okay, yeah, but again, Aussie bragging rights between those two. They had a really tight heat yesterday or the day before. I'm losing track of time now. But anyway, Kiahi just edging out in front, 11.07 as we see him go for the front roll shove it. Second attempt for him on that trick. Just a bit too long in the water there to count as a landing. But that's what Kiahi manages to do. Even underwater, he keeps the board on his feet, wastes no time, no energy, and is just always able to ride away and get set up for the next trick really quick. The front roll shove it again, identically the same position as Kiahi, both stumbling under the chop.
Double back roll there on the back for Kiahi. Such a smooth style. It's like you say, sometimes you just see Kiahi, he makes it look too easy, be it a bottom turn and top turner, a shove it or a double front roll. He's such a consistent rider and a really great guy off of the water. He, on the board of riders committee for this tour, helping making the decisions and being one of the spokesmen for the riders. So really super involved in the progression of the sport, and has been there since a long time.
Yeah, just interesting to note on that front roll shove it attempt. If you took a still frame, as we will see from our photographer Idva van der Heide when you get ready for the press releases later on, you see took a still frame from that at any point in that front roll shove it rotation, it would look stylish. He was tweaked the whole way round,
All the way through.
So, and that's often what you get when you take a photo from a sequence. It's kind of hard to find the peak point where but Kiahi has it. It's just in his nature, isn't it? This style in his genes.
He does, and I think he is an amazing surfer as well. I think a couple of years ago, didn't he have he was nominated for the Wave of the Winter, which is having an absolute insane barrel. I think it was backdoor.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to look at the clip. I think it was on Surfline. Insane how he just dropped in and came out of that, and yeah, he is what we call a waterman.
Yeah, for sure. Third attempter, the front shove it, getting it on the third time. He usually gets things on the second time. It was unusual on the first day to see him having 5 attempts at that, but as we say, he's fresh in from a pure wave trip. Doesn't practice too much strapless freestyle in between chasing swells around the world, but as we can see, just slots back into it really easily. Matt going for the no grab back roll. Looking a little bit more flustered this time. He knows he's under the hammer from Kiahi. Knows Kiahi very, very well and has great respect for him. Matt, a rep for Cabrina on the East Coast, up against Kiahi, full-time pro, has been for many, many years, and also a 2-time world champion as well, Kiahi. So,
yeah, hard contender here for Matt, but Matt is not going to let him go easy. Oh! This is what I love about Kiahi. He has not been training strapless freestyle. He's been mentioning to us. He, you know, chasing swells, and you can see here. Look at a move from the boys, that's one of the newer moves from Ayrton and from James, which is that back loop tic tac flip that most of them have been doing. He's probably been trying that 2 or 3 times, and almost in the competition, Kiahi lands it. It just shows how much control this guy has over his body and how he absorbs moves. And like you say, even if you're taking a sequence of him, he adds that grace and that style that just seems to come to him naturally.
yeah, absolutely. Started kiteboarding as a freestyler, competed in the Australian Freestyle Championships. I believe he won that at some point. So really, really accomplished. Great at unhooked riding as well. But the rotations is just obviously something he's been doing since the very beginning. So his aerial awareness is great. And just his wave riding is just something else. So we're looking forward to seeing him apply more and more over the years these strapless freestyle tricks into critical wave situations. One of the most popular riders in the sport, no doubt. I mean, his clips that we see online, just incredible. But Matt still keeping busy. He's not too far behind, or he wasn't a moment ago, just slipped almost 10 points behind in the last minute. As we see Kiahi coming in to switch up for a more freestyle-orientated board. A little bit wider in the nose, going to give him a bit more stability on landings.
Yeah, it just goes for that little bit, like you say, a little wider board to be able to get, especially in choppy conditions like that. He is very used to those narrow and surfy pointy boards, but sometimes when it's choppy and he's trying to land some stuff revert or landing some of those big kite loops, you want that extra width and a little bit extra volume to be able to stumble through and navigate yourself way through the chop. But like you're saying, Kiahi, he has such a background in kiting, did all disciplines and pretty much does everything that has to do with a board underneath his feet.
Yeah, just interesting to note, make a little comparison to the last heat. Matthew Lopez coming back in, as we mentioned, wasn't too happy with his first single elimination performance, but registering a 40-plus point heat. It was on 40 points at the same time. Kiahi 27.17, so would have had a bit of work to do against Matthew, but again, going for a big kite loop, 2 attempts back-to-back there, pretty much in the same position. No shortage of power and speed on landing, and you can see how far away he's drifted from his board there. Just a lonely board, ready to ride again. But Matt just making his way back up, wind behind him. In front of Kiahi, going for a kite loop as well. Kiahi not bothering to watch. Interestingly, we saw the riders cross paths earlier and didn't look at each other. Great friends, obviously not wanting to think too much about who they're riding against in this heat. Kiahi making a second change here. It looks like this time it's a kite.
Yeah, it is. There you go. Ooh.
I would imagine he might go for a bit of a smaller one. The last 2 kite loop attempts have been pretty brutal on the landing, so a smaller kite's going to go round a bit quicker.
See Kiahi there attaching the fireball. That nice and loose feeling bar from Cabrina allows you to, more for the waves, allows you to have a little bit more freedom to be able to move your body around, especially in those wave and freestyle situations. Yeah. Working really well for him.
Looks like he hasn't got his kite leash on there, so let's see what happens.
Watch out for that, it doesn't hit him in the back of the head.
Yeah, exactly. His little squirrel tail behind him.
Yeah, yeah. He's making sure we know where he is. In the kite loop, and that's gone to the back of his head. And he lands it still, why not?
Yeah, but I reckon that was the smaller kite. Not quite as much power to handle with, not quite as much height and distance, but registering a kite loop score on the board. So, I mean, great technician. But look at that, Matt El Sasa.
Okay.
He has been busy while Kiahi was coming in changing his equipment a couple of times.
It has been, and is that?
Kiahi, just too late there.
Can we check if we have Kiahi's kite loop on the board there? Because that was in the final moments. See if the final score is validated there. But that was a close heat. Very, very close. Let's see how the results come. We'll keep you guys updated very soon. And there you see Mr. Rato, our security guy, who's there making sure everything's okay. And this is what you say, Jim. Just no matter where he is in that trick, the style, nice and compact. This is what I love about Kiahi. And Kiahi going for Mr. Caru's move there. I bet give him a three more attempts at that and he'll have it down.
But this is a crucial highlight package to watch because we're only seeing here on our screen what you guys are seeing throughout the heat. So if there was a crucial trick from Matt that we missed, it's going to come up right now. So the one-footed kite loop nailed. Here's the front shove it from Kiahi. Is it the successful one? No, it looks like his first or second attempt. He did make it cleanly on his third, so here we go, back roll, just a floaty. This is the double back roll. Coming away, foot switch, riding out. Here's another front roll, shove it attempt. That's the third one that he landed. Yeah, that counts. Matt this time, just a cheeky little back roll. Kite loop board off from Matt. It's going to be some big scoring points coming up soon from Matt. If that score has moved him up, we'll see those in a moment. Both riders in the air. Kiahi going for the big kite loop. This is the one where he changed his kite down because we can see he still doesn't have his leash attached, but it is the one that helped him land successfully. Just pulling on that bar to ride him out. And we are popping to a break now, but we'll have the result in a moment.
And we're back here in beautiful Brazil, here in the beach of Prea. So we just saw a really close heat in between Kiahi de Boitas and Matt Alsassa from the US, Kiahi from Australia. Kiahi de Boitas going through to the next round, and he will be competing against number 2 seed Matthew Lopez. So up next is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, Evan Netch versus Gustavo.
Exactly, but let's just concentrate on that result right there. We were a little unsure. The kite loop score was yet to be registered. Kiahi did, in fact, get a 5.6 for that kite loop. Not the highest kite loop score, but made all the difference because he ended up on a 29.97 versus Matt's 28.9. So just by the skin of his teeth, just over 1 point, beating good friend and Cabrina rival, Cabrina teammate Matt Alsassa. Matt, what a great performances throughout the competition. Sorry to see you exit stage left right now, but we're switching up things now. We're moving into the women's double elimination, Heat 1, as you can see there, Cappuccini Delanoy versus JC, Johanna Katerina Edin. Indeed, Capucine is Camille's younger sister. She's just 12 years old. She lives here. She's been kiting here for a long time. Obviously very, very influenced by her brother, who won the men's single elimination yesterday. And you are going to be impressed when you see her ride. Her mum said to her this morning that she just thought, well, I'll just have a go and I'll see how I go, and then I'll train properly after that, see how I get on. But we are going to be seeing her again for sure because she was impressive yesterday.
Yeah, really impressive. And I mean, what a teacher to have, Camille Delanoy. I mean, come on. Perfect place. You live in Prea, perfect location. And having your older brother teach you all the moves and exactly what you have to do. So really good to see. And actually recently Camille's family, they've helped us out hugely with this event, lodging some of the guys at their posada. So once again, thank you very much, Cecile and the guys, for having us here. And also, I know they're actually going to be coming and spending some time in my hometown in Tarifa from March onwards. So hopefully I'll be able to get Camille to teach me a few things and I stop landing on my head, Jim.
Yes, I mean there are expectations and there are challenges, and that certainly is a challenge, I would imagine, but even bigger for me for sure. But anyway, so the judges are going to have to reset their scorecards as we move into the women's competition. The women haven't been competing in strapless freestyle as long as the men. There is a smaller fleet as well, only 8 females at this competition. So it's a really, really progressive discipline for them still in its early stages. JC Katerina just getting used to conditions there with a little pop, but that's not going to see her through against Capucine. We're going to see some smooth rodeo rotations from her. Camille, her brother there, just giving us some anxious advice there, urging his sister on.
Oh, yeah, both of the girls just I think getting into the rhythm, getting into the flow. It's been, they haven't competed in a few hours like they didn't. This is the start for them of today, so it's good to see them. We see Katarina trying that nice little shove it on the outside. I really like how fast Capucine is riding. You can see similar style from her brother, and she goes for it. Even just like some of the simple things you can see. There you go, nice little air, getting that one on the board. There's, probably a 1 or 1.5 score there. So first score up on the board there will be for Capucine, and already Joanna has a 4.8 for back row, so a solid score for her there already. So really good riding from the girl from Sweden.
Yeah, just trying a little shifty there on the inside, not quite coming off. Needs to force the board round quite a lot more to get that move to take effect. But the women are so much lighter, aren't they, than the men? I mean, the men that we have in the competition now are really, really powerful riders. And with strapless freestyle, for sure, strength comes into it a bit because you only have one hand on the bar a lot of the time. And the boards are so much bigger than twin tips, so you have to work much harder to have so much influence over the board, don't you?
Definitely, and you just saw Capucine going there for that back row to try and equal Joanna's score. And yeah, just Joanna trying that little air reverse, whipping the board around, really nice control, just losing the board in the final seconds of the move. But yeah, really good to see the progression of the strapless freestyle of the girls. We have on all of the wave events of this year with the women, we've had in between 10 to 15 riders, and it's really nice to see in this strapless freestyle discipline that they're starting to get into it, and we're starting to see girls pop up. And yeah, it's really good to see the girls ripping.
Well, I mean, if we look how far the men have progressed in just 3 years to where we are now, really excited to see where women's competition goes. Obviously, for female athletes, this is a really exciting time of the sport. It's very rarely that a new discipline comes along and riders have the chance to enter a competition and be there right at the pinnacle, right at the early days of a discipline, and try to get their name in there, as we saw Capucine landing that back roll.
Yeah, really, Capucine doing really well with that little rodeo, and you can see Joanne is trying to hit that air reverse trick again, once again, just ticking another family. She already has 2 scores on the board. Capucine has a 2.23 for an air, and then now a second score will be coming up quite soon for that little rodeo. So I think scores are going to be pretty similar. Maybe Catalina's going to have a 1-point lead over the young French girl. And here we have Joanna going on the outside, looking for those little kickers. Seems like there she goes up. Just a little air transition, swapping the feet around. So small tricks, but obviously, it's not all about the big tricks. The small little ones help as well. So we have Joanna Edding is already at a 6.87, and Capucine Delannoy is at a 2.23. And let's see when her second score registers for that little rodeo. I presume she's going to be around the 5-point area. So yeah, keeping it up. Really good to see this young rider. And I am mistaken, 5.6 given for that rodeo. So if I'm not mistaken, they're just validating the score now. The Capucine might take the lead. Let's just see. Head judge will be validating to make sure everything's on tune. And here we have Joanna Edding putting up a 3.5 for that nice little transition there.
Yeah, Capucine 2.23 seems to be a little bit of a low tally for me at the minute, because we can see she's got a 5.6 in the background, so that's going to go up a bit, but won't bring her up to the 12.9. Johanna with a considerable amount more experience. Johanna has actually recovered from 2 ACL injuries, and a lot of riders who do have knee injuries do find their way back into the sport via surfboards. Much more fluid feeling on the knees, less chatter than a twin tip, so is good in terms of recovery, and she found that she really enjoyed the feeling of it, got really into waves, is a good wave rider herself, and is making the transition into strapless freestyle in her bid to become the most complete surfboard rider, but that's not going to get her towards the goal. But we continue.
Yeah, Joanna's actually, she rips surfing as well. She's super into longboarding, and you should see how she whacks the board around. Really good to see. Recently surfing in Tarifa, and yeah, she definitely knows what the feeling of having a surfboard under her feet. And here we go, going for that back row transition. She already has one of those on the board, so she's obviously trying to get that up a bit, and yeah, we'll soon see how Kapuzin takes to that.
JC made it onto the podium the last time we saw the women out in Tarifa. Great event to get on the podium, your hometown, Joe. Thousands of people on the beach. What a place to make it to the podium. Always must feel good when there's so many people there to applaud your efforts.
Absolutely, and there you go, Kapuzin going for that back row, almost riding out of it, not quite. Yeah, really good. And yeah, Catalina, she was over the moon. Tarifa is a highlight event we have in the tour. Thousands and thousands of people were there. I mean, it is one of the European and world meccas for kiting. You go there in August, you have 1,000 kites out there. It's like kiting on a motorway, Jim.
Yeah. Yeah, helps your navigation skills.
It definitely does.
Forever shouting starboard, but not always to great effect. But anyway.
I was going to say, what starboard?
I'm going fastest, get out of the way. But yeah, JC, girlfriend of Stefan Spiesberger, who is in action this week in Kumbuko, of course. So in that household, both codes being practiced. Wake style, freestyle, and JC concentrating on surfboard riding. Here she comes, front hand comes off, puff of the cheeks. Is she going to make it, the foot switch? Just still what she went for last time. Needs to get a bit more height, doesn't she? Needs to pop up wind and a bit more into the chop. Obviously that comes with great experience. Surfboard riding and wave riders generally are a little bit older than new school freestylers. There's so much experience in wave riding. You know, we look at guys who are still at the top of the game, guys like Robbie Nash and Pete Cabrina for sure, have been riding for many decades, and obviously each of those decades pays off in terms of experience. But so, you know, these riders very much at the start of their journey. We look forward to seeing where they're going to get to. Is CJC just making that 180 on the buzzer?
Almost.
Not sure that's going to count. Does it count a trick like that, Joe? If you go into the trick as the buzzer goes?
No. If your board leaves contact with the water just before the buzzer, it does count. But you could see that Joanna just took off during the end, after the end of the buzzer, so that would not be a counter trick, apart from the fact that she didn't land it.
Thanks for clearing that up. As we move into the highlights, Kapuzin. Edging upwind, looking for the chop. Nothing happened on that one. Here we go. Pop into the rodeo. Points her toes nicely on that. I noticed in a photo the other day.
Yeah, that was a higher scoring move. She got a 5.6 on that, and I really like the determination in her face. You can see she wants in. There you go, Joanna. Really nice air reverse, just spinning out control. So here we have Joanna again. I think this is going to be a back row grab. Yeah, just looking at the board going through, making sure that kite loops on top. So really good. And we'll be back with you guys in the next heat after this commercial break. And we're back here in the beautiful beach of Brazil, Prea. We just had the girls on the water. Really good to see young Capucine, Camille Danona's sister, absolutely ripping. 12 years old. Congratulations to her. She's putting on a solid performance. A really nice rodeo there in the middle of the heat. Awesome to see her performing. And then Joanna Catarina Edin, really good to see how she's improved. Got on the podium in Tarifa recently, and we can see riding solidly here on the Brazilian waters. Really some of those nice little air reverse. You can see her running through the screen there, just looking back, making sure the conditions are the same, getting her stuff ready to go through with the heats. And coming up now, we will have Carla Herrera and Sonia Bunter. Carla Herrera, coming from Spain, she's actually one of the first girls to start pushing this strapless freestyle movement and really ripping, not having such a good start to this competition, getting kicked out of the first round of the singles. I know she wasn't too happy about that one, Jim, and looking forward to see where she channels her anger.
Yeah, she wasn't too happy about that because she is the tour leader at the moment and perhaps has benefited from some of the conditions that we've had throughout the year. The aim of this tour is a mixed tour. We started the tour back in February in Cape Verde, where else but Punta Preta, amazing waves. And we had a really good, strong field there. Many female wave riders in that one. The competition was tight. Muna White came out the top. She's the reigning champion, so she came out first in that. She's been following the more wave competitions, and Carla benefited then from the third round in Portugal, which ended up being more of a flat water competition than perhaps we'd planned. The swells didn't come through that week, but again, a really solid competition. And then in Tarifa, she won again, so she has moved ahead. Yalu Langare is chasing her down, though she won the single elimination yesterday. She'll be up soon, but right now, Carla Herrera is up against Sonia Bunter.
Yeah, Sonia there just getting hit by the chop, shaking her head, not too happy about the start to her heat. Let's see Carla on the outside, see what she's got for us. Probably going to hit. Always hits a nice little back roll to start off with. Let's see, she's looking for that chop, navigating her way through the bundle. Let's see, up, away, just little air, just getting some height, probably putting a 1 point on the scoreboard there. Sonia, just little grab, little pop. So having a little bit of trouble there with some of the chop. Let's see how Carla Herrera coming here on the inside, see what she's got for us. You can see determination in her face, speed in her board, hand coming off of the bar, preparing to grab it. Maybe, let's see. Eye of the Tiger. And no, it's not quite getting. I think she was going to try for that little air reverse.
Very determined character, Jo, isn't she? Do you think she puts a lot of pressure on herself? She has kind of made a name as being the girl who's followed this strapless freestyle route for the longest.
Yeah, she definitely does put a lot of pressure on herself. I mean, experience-wise, she hasn't had a lot of experience in competition. She's starting to get to flow. Recently, last year, changed to the Ocean Rodeo team. But yeah, sometimes you have to remember that you've got to go out there, have some fun. And normally if you're having fun, it flows. And there you can see nice little back roll transition there. That's going to be a high scoring move for her. And Sonia Bunter just, trying to keep up with the Spaniards and go trick for trick. So both of these girls riding really well. And let's see, I know Carla has a few tricks up her sleeve and also wants to go further up that leaderboard to keep the general lead.
I think Carla's where Carla came a cropper in her only round so far in the women's single elimination was that she was trying to do two bigger tricks too early, and what we've seen her redress that balance and get two tricks on the board already. 8.53. Would have been annoyed with herself for that, just letting the tactical side of her riding down last time out. There is the tendency to want to go big and show all you can do. But you have to ride sensibly and you have to ride to the conditions and against your opponent. There are 3 or 4 unknowns in this competition, Sonia being one of them. Although riders from Germany who are involved in the racing scene and back in the day in the slalom scene would recognize her name, 2014-15, competing on that tour, finishing the top 10, particularly in the Germany event. So yeah, she has caliber, but another all-round rider. Has been kitesurfing since 2001. All different disciplines, now finds herself on a strapless freestyle board, is now a wave specialist, I guess, but as we say, we are looking for the most complete rider, so she's found herself in Brazil, competing against Carla Herrera on your screen right now, tour leader, just making that air reverse.
A really nice little flickety-flick trick. keeping it low, just, you know, dropping the center of gravity, bending that front leg, keeping the pressure on the non-fin side of the board, and then just whipping it around. Nice little transition trick, and as you can see, Carla Herrera putting up some of the moves. Little pop transition there from Sonia, just whipping the board around. Good control, shows complete knowledge of where she is in the air and where the kite is, so really good. She's definitely going to be a good one for Carla to go against, and you can see the experience Sonia has there in the waves. Just that little carving hack. It definitely shows how many years she's been kiting and the experience she has.
Dreaming of a face to rear up there, wasn't she? But
yeah.
I like the way she turned that little back roll into a transition. It's a move many riders out there will be learning at the moment. It's kind of nice with strapless freestyle, isn't it? When you have your backhand on the bar with a transition, your kite naturally moves to the new direction, and if you can just get your balance right, then transition's a really, really good feeling move, as you see Carla demonstrating there. Coming in on one tack, exiting on the other.
Yeah, not quite sure why Carla keeps repeating that move. She already had a solid landing on that one in the beginning. You got to remember, it's all about the different trick families, because you might want to better back roll by 0.5, but if you hit a different trick family, you're going to have a full score. So it's a risky game. I mean, obviously in this heat, Sonia hasn't been putting up the scores, so she's not applying too much pressure to Carla. But you know, as she goes up in the competition, if she does come through in this heat, she's going to have a different mindset.
Yeah, perhaps she does know. The riders can't see confirmation of their scores at the minute, but she will have an eye on Sonia. She'll probably see that Sonia's kind of, you know, managed to land an air and a little back roll transition. And perhaps Carla's using this time on the water in front of the crowd just to go over the tricks that she knows that she can do a little bit better on, and try and get some bigger airs going on, so that when she does come up against a tougher opponent, perhaps she can pull those out straight away.
Ooh, right shoulder, starboard. They were shouting starboard there, Jim.
Yeah.
You can tell how good Carla's from Tarifa doesn't know what starboard is.
Well, she gave way there. I mean, come on. When you're in foreign waters, that is international shipping law, isn't it? You've got to respect where you are. Can't go driving around like a local.
No, absolutely. Carla, you can see she's trying to keep busy, but obviously I think she knows she has a little bit of a command and lead, but should take this opportunity to get used to the conditions, ride, try some moves. I know she has a back roll rodeo in her bag that I've seen her land a few times in Tarifa. Not yet in competition, so I'm sure she'd be looking to land in that throughout the heats. And here's Sonia Bunter, nice little carve on the inside, looking maybe to get something on one of the kickers going out. Let's see. Looks like she has a little kicker in front of her. Does she use it? She does. Again, just a nice little pop, looping the kite round and continuing off in the same direction. Here we have the Spaniard with the pink board coming on with full power. Come on, Carla, what you got for us? Don't blow your nose.
Oh.
I think she's talking. I can see Rodri, her boyfriend, there on the shore shouting, probably shouting trick for trick. Maybe they're playing a game of kite.
We haven't got time for donkey.
Oh, way too long, mate. Way too long. We go, and nope. Looking for that chop on the outside. I think we're coming to be quite a little bit more of a high tide, so the chopping conditions start getting up, and then as the tide goes down, you see the kickers on the inside. So both riders are doing a good job of navigating through the mush and trying to find those perfect locations to be able to perform their moves. Here you go, little kicker there for Sonia, maybe the one behind. Looking.
It's busy water out there in the minute, isn't it?
It is busy. There you go, grabbing it. Nice little grab transition there for Sonia Bunter. She gets some scores. She's happy about that.
A lot more difficult than it looks, that trick, to be able to ride it out and manage the kite power at the same time. I mean, a lot of the guys rely on the speed they take into the trick to be able to manage a good speed landing coming out of it. But with less speed going into the trick, as these girls aren't perhaps as confident as the guys who've had many more years experience, I guess what you take into the trick results in what you can take out of it as well. So riding out these wobbly, or I guess a little bit more unstable landings is the game, and good kite controller, as is everything in kiteboarding. Everything comes from the beginning of that, and the more good kite control you can have just sets you up for everything that follows. Carla again gesticulating again. She's saying, everybody chill, chill. I've got this under control, don't worry.
I think Rodri was getting a little chill out. I'm doing my thing. Let me do it. You go. That's that back loop, Rodri, I was telling you about, Jim. Yeah, I've seen her land a few of those in Tarifa. Nice rotation, not quite getting the height. Obviously, that won't be counted as a score, but good to see her putting it, and really good to see her riding with a watch, making sure she knows where she is in the heat and making sure she has the time to do it. And both of them seem to be running into each other. It would probably be a more intelligent idea if one of them did attack, and they seem quite bundled up here, Jim.
Yeah, I'm not sure whose tactic that is to follow the other, but I'm sure it's just, I'm sure they're both just focused on what they're doing. And but it's amazing, isn't it? We do say that kiteboarders follow each other, and it doesn't matter how big the beach is. Everybody seems to ride on top of each other, and no difference in this heat. Just 2 riders on the water, of course. Carla, as we see in this highlight package.
Yeah, good riding from both of them. And yeah, everybody, like you say, follows each other. I mean, especially if there's a camera on the shore, it's a good way of getting rid of a lot of people, getting them out of the way.
That's a big floaty air.
That's a big floaty air there from Carla. This is that back roll. This is the first one she got, which I was surprised she tried to keep repeating this because she already had a nice solid land in there. But yeah, good riding from the Spaniard, putting her through to the next round, and she would be going up against Edding. So we go up against Joanna Edding in the next round. So that's going to be an interesting heat to watch. So coming up now, we'll be going back to the men with heat number 46A between Evan Netsch and Gustavo Arrojo, so stay tuned.
Foi sumido. O sabor original de Sprite voltou.
Welcome back, everybody, to the beautiful beaches of Brazil here with the Prea Kite-Surf World Championship here in Prea. So now we're going to be going outside with our compadre Marcos for an interview. Marcos, hi.
Thank you, compadre Joe. I'm here with my colleague from Sport TV Global, major sport journalist, and right now, major kite surfing fanatic. How many years, how many sessions you got under your belt, Chris?
Well, I'm a big fan of kite surfing, addicted, I said.
Yeah.
So I've been doing kite surfing since I was 32. I'm 38 right now.
Oh my God.
Do the count, 6 years.
6 years.
Yes, I love it, but I'm not a pro.
Okay,
so
but how about here, Prea, the sensation, like the feeling of Hawaii of kite surfing?
Yeah, this is my home. I'm here in home. I've been here 8 times, so
God.
you know about that. Yeah. And it's a pleasure. I stay here in my home, in the backyard of my home, seeing a big conquest like this, the World Championship. So it's a paradise. It's fantastic for me.
It's a kite surfing gymnasium, a big gymnasium, open doors.
Yes, good for beginners, good for players like me, and good for the pros. It's perfect.
All levels, guys. Thank you very much, Chris, for your patience to be here with us. Back to you guys on the booth, J&J, my compadres.
Thank you, Marcos. Great interview, and thank you. We even get a kiss. So, coming back to the kite surfing here, we have in the next heat, we are going to have Mr. Evan Netsch and Gustavo Both of these riders are hungry and they want this. And here we go with the start of the heat. Gustavo is kiting on the Nash kite on the right-hand side of your screen, and Evan Netsch on the left with a Cabrina kite. You can see Gustavo's kite looping there in the background, so I presume. Starting off with a trick. Let's see what the Spaniard has against Mr. Evan Netsch from the USA.
Yeah, mouth-watering contest, this one. Two guys on form. Gustavo starting strongly, double front. We haven't seen anybody open up the heat with a double front. One of the highest scoring tricks of this contest and of the tour generally. Not the highest, but really, really technical. Made it round cleanly. It's important. There's a trick in the front roll family. Evan Netsch looks like he's still to get his heat account underway, but no doubt that is going to be really, really soon. So let's see. Just popping up with a little 180. Revert out. Not too much going on there. Gustavo again, big this time, back roll, tic-tac into the rodeo. Lots going on in this maneuver. Pulling on the backhand nicely, nicely timed to pull himself out of there on the inside. Two good tricks already, Gustavo.
Yeah, really good. And just the score coming up here now. Looks like Gustavo will have a 7.0 for that double. So solid score there, and starting off with a back roll and then that nice little tic-tac there. And Evan just making sure that he knows how he can do the tic-tac as well. Just not quite hitting the landing, but yeah, I really like the style of Evan. He's just so cool and collected throughout the moves and tweaks it. Really good to see.
Nice. Front roll to blind at the back. I think that was from Gustavo. But yeah, we heard from Evan earlier in an interview hearing about how he got into water sports through his family, through windsurfing in the early days, and then living on Cape Hatteras. Obviously a windsurfing and kiteboarding paradise, really. I mean, there's every single condition that you can think of over there. That's why he's such a complete rider. Does a lot of foiling as well. It's really pushing that side of the sport. But right now he's up against Gustavo Arroyo, one of our top riders from Spain. Here he is coming in on the inside, left foot forward, pops into a back roll with the tic-tac. Get it underneath just in time. Just coming underneath the kite a bit too much there, Joe, wasn't he?
Yeah.
You could see him. He wasn't happy with that.
Just getting that loop a little bit late, and yeah, just not landing smoothly. And you know, talk about smooth landing, there's a wonderful front loop, 1 foot from Evan Netsch, really, really nice. Just coming down, extending that foot out, tweaking those toes, and making it look so easy.
Yeah, I would say we've got a pure kite strapless freestyle versus a kind of skate surf style here. Evan Netsch being the latter. So let's see who prevails.
Definitely, yeah, both of them really different styles here. So yeah, like you say, the skateboard style here from Evan. Let's see what he's got for us. Front row, oh, shove it. Ah! That was a shame. That was so nice. Really good to see how I love how he just comes through that front rotation, gracefully kicks the board around. It's as if it doesn't even go past his foot. And yeah, a shame he didn't land. That one would have been a high score. Gustavo going for the similar issues, just not getting the ball completely around until he landed.
Yeah. What I like about Evan is he very often sets his kite in a position that he's happy with and doesn't necessarily have to think about it through the rest of the trick. So that's that surf skate style going on again and again there. Just beautiful control. We're going to see that again in the highlights package later on. Look like a big back roll.
Yeah, nice. Really nice.
Confirmation of his score there, 11.07. 4 tricks on the board. We can't quite see what the 4.83 was.
Both of these riders riding really well, trick for trick. Obviously, both of them are going to have to start going a little bit higher, a little bit bigger to be able to get those numbers. You can see Evan Netsch already there with 19.7, going for that shove it, not quite getting it, throwing the board a little early. I presume Gustavo's going to try the same. No, back roll, tit-tac, trying to get, he's not quite getting that kite. He's not happy with that one. This is the second attempt. So come on, Gustavo, third time lucky.
I tell you what I've noticed about Evan is that none of his tacks are very long. He seems to concentrate all his maneuvers in the first half of the trick box, which means that if you're doing 1 trick per tack, you're getting more trick attempts in. But isn't there a limit on trick attempts in the heat, or is there not, Joe? Do you know about that?
There isn't a limit of tricks on the attempts on a heat. They can do as many as they want. Only the top 8 tricks will count. So obviously, you know, quality is versus quantity. There you go, Gustavo. Not quite getting that move under control with the front shove it. So both of these riders trying some moves, not really landing too much in the last minutes of the heat. Let's see, Evan Netsch coming here on the inside, going up, tweaking it around. Nice back roll, landing with speed. That's going to be a good scoring move, probably in the 5.0 area. And Gustavo styling it out, stretching those legs, just wiggling around through the air. So also seems to be starting to get their mojo back and getting the angles grinding. Again, trick after trick. Evan Netsch coming down. Nice little reverb. Small tricks, really nice and stylish. So I'll say it again, I love this surf skate style of Evan Netsch, and both of them were powering there to the shore. I'm sure Evan would have been trying something there. Let's see, Gustavo, I see is puffing. Maybe it will be the back loop. Tic-tac again. Pull the kite, get it under you. Butt check. He's not happy. You know, Gustavo just has to calm down. Maybe, you know, if that move isn't working for him, try and do something else. Not just keep your headspace on one single thing. Go to another family. So we see Evan Netsch on the outside. Quite a close heat still. You know, 24.6 for the American Evan Netsch and 20.71 for that front shove it for Gustavo, holding it on by the skin of his teeth. Really nice. Losing the back foot, but being able to land that. So good score there for the Spaniard.
Yeah, closing up, isn't it? Gustavo just edging out there. Didn't look like Evan's going to be adding to his trick score there. Gustavo will really, really want to win this. He will really want to win this. He's a progressing rider. He's regularly finishing in the top 6 on the tour. Evan doesn't do the tour very regularly at all, but often comes in and upsets the balance. Has never finished outside of the top 5 in each of the 3 competitions he has done. So it's going to be an important one for Gustavo to win, because he is looking for championship points. Evan isn't. Evan is just looking for single event glory. Gustavo quickly wanting to change kite. Not much time left in this heat. Undoes the chicken loop. Can't let go yet, mate.
Yeah, he didn't seem to have the power in that other kite. He was looping the kite a little bit late on some of those moves. So when he was landing really well on top of the board, just not having that umph and that pull. So trying to cover it up, Evan, with his kite here so we don't see his move.
Yeah, it just looked like, is Gustavo riding a rope harness there? Obviously that makes the kite transition time, the changeover, a little bit more, having to reset his chicken loop before hooking back in.
Yeah, you can see him riding there. He's riding the ride engine rope harness. So yeah, definitely, like you say, a little bit longer. Obviously, Gustavo isn't one of the riders that does the handle pass maneuver, so he's not going to need to unhook during this heat, which is obviously one of the inconvenience of the rope harness, is that you cannot unhook to perform those handle pass tricks. But obviously he has a big enough repertoire and some of the other things to consider going through the rounds, and proving it here now with a 35.37 against a 24.6 over Evan Netsch, and coming in here with speed.
Yeah, absolutely. In comes Pops, takes off with the rodeo. Big kite loop, getting much more height this time. Landing,
nice.
Riding out. Yes. Come on, keep your kite up, keep your kite up, keep your kite. There you
that
go,
will
well
count.
done, well done.
And Evan as well. Oh. Almost.
So Evan with quite a bit of work to do. As you were just talking about unhooking, Evan is obviously well capable, big wake style background. I think he's going to need to pull out some kind of maneuver like that to make up. Impossible to be able to catch up on just one trick count here. So for Evan, he needs to register a couple of tricks pretty quickly.
Yeah, he needs at least 2 5s or a couple of 6s. And there you go, Gustavo. I think that was 5th time lucky. Managed to pull off that back roll. Tic-tac that he's been gone. That's a big confident booster for him. You can see him pumping through the back loop back there. See what he's got. He obviously knows it's close to the end. He obviously can probably see that yellow flag up. Gustavo coming on the way in. Popping it, rodeo, not quite making it, but still doing enough. So congratulations, Gustavo. Sandra, once again, a celebrar. Ahí está el tío, pasó otra manga. And yeah, really good performance there from Gustavo against Evan Netsch. And Evan Netsch, such a great competitor. Like you say, hardly not appearing on many of the events, but always putting an upset in the strapless competitions, never ending outside of the top 5. So congratulations, Evan.
Yeah, absolutely. Not quite as close that heat as we might have hoped or predicted. Evan not quite getting the total score that we've seen from him in the past heats. But Gustavo turned it on from the start, didn't he? Double front in the first minute, and we haven't seen Evan land one of those yet in the competition, so no doubt that's going to play on your mind. Gustavo's heat then went into a little bit of a stutter mode. He tried a few tricks a few times. Meanwhile, Evan was not going as big as we've seen him, but getting some tricks registered. We see him go around a back roll loop just there. Always lands with good speed. Nice little air walk from Gustavo out the back.
Yeah, I really like the style of both of these riders. You can really see how they just tweak everything out, kind of like you were saying before. You could take a sequence of them and any photo would be a go photo. This is where Gustavo was having problems with that move. You can see he wasn't happy with himself, just coming round, and here you have that front shove in. Look how he lands with the back foot almost off and falls forward, but holds it. So really good control of the board there, and nice control there. And I think this is the one that he actually, no, this is again the one he was missing. He wasn't happy in there. Changes kite. Evan, little tit-tack.
Interesting to see on Gustavo's rope harness. Obviously the rope harness is built for freedom in waves to give you ultimate body movement, but around a rotation it gives him really good freedom, I guess, to be able to move without putting too much pressure on the chicken loop necessarily. So loads and loads of freedom as we watch him for the last time in this heat land a trick, pump from that one, and we are going to go to a break and come back where he will progress.
And we're back here in Brazil. So coming up next, we're going to have a hell of a heat. We have Machu Lopes against Chiaki de Boites. But first, we have outside, we have an interview with our friend Marcos here. Marcos, hi.
Hi, Joe. I'm good here with the legend itself, 3 times world champion of kite surfing.
Oh,
here as a spotter, doing a lot of stuff here, making the cake go bigger, man. Well, how about the evolution here of this combined circuit? Strapless, kite surfing, can you tell a little bit about?
Yeah, it's awesome to see actually where it got, because in the beginning it was just a little trick here, a little trick there, in between the waves that we were just catching. And now it's just a full spectacle by itself. It's just a full show, just the freestyle tricks. It's good to see it, but I would love to see those guys combine it inside the waves. I would love to see those tricks on a place with the waves and going huge and landing on the waves and doing wave riding together combined. That's the show that I want to see.
Thanks for all your effort putting the sport super big in Brazil, your technique. You're amazing on the wave. Just a quick shout out to your fans, your family.
Yeah, well, thanks, thanks, man. Abraço, beijão aí pra família, pros amigos, todo mundo que tá assistindo, acompanhando esse espetáculo aqui. Muito maneiro estar aqui ao vivo, acompanhando isso, podendo estar levando isso pra galera que tá em casa, né? Acompanhar ao vivo aqui, ver esse espetáculo de casa e acompanhar vibrando com o público.
Thanks, Gilly. Amazing. Back to you guys, Joe and Jim.
Thanks, Marcos. Yeah, we just saw, so we have the start of heat number 46B. Machu Lopes and Chiaki, both of them going for double back rolls. Machu already on a really good start. You can see him landing a few of his tricks at the beginning of this heat. We'll get the scores in, and I can just see Chiaki really lofty, nice maneuver there, landing clean. It's really, this is going to be a good heat. Both of them know each other well, and they're going to be looking at each other in the corner of the eye doing the performance.
Yeah, just saw Chiaki coming down there, apologising to Machu. Came a bit close, but obviously got more height. Talking about height, here's Machu paragliding his way down, making that landing. This is a big heat. These guys have met before. They've both beaten each other. both beating each other in waves and in trapless freestyle, so they're no strangers. Great competitors, 2 of the stars of the tour, 2 of the stars of the sport in general. So what a great one to have on the live stream for you guys to enjoy. As Kiahi goes into the back roll with the tic-tac, pulling on the front of the bar to get it back round. Nice, solid.
Big move there from Prea. He really nice in control. You saw he has that kite control, gets it. Here we have Machu. Rodeo, kite loop, nice and gracefully does it. Oh, I was going to say doesn't get even the hair wet, but the whole body wet there.
I tell you what, that's no fault of his own. That piece of chop came up. Someone put a trip hazard in there. That wasn't friendly. But yeah, double back roll there from Kiahi, who registered his first trick right in front of Machu. So that would have been in Machu's mind as he went into that kite loop, but was managing it really, really well until he came up to that nasty piece of chop that hacked him down. But he's back up and riding again. That won't bother him.
Yeah, Machu, one of the taller riders here on the tour. Super, he's a lean guy, really compact, really strong and powerful rider. And it's really nice to see how gracefully he does some of these moves. And, he has those doubles on tap. And here we have Kiahi means business. He's got that front shoulder that's been resisting to him. And now this heat is actually for the first heat. He's hit that first time off.
Yeah, I would say, we'll just watch Kiahi land that kite loop.
Chop again, same problem Machu had.
I would say that Kiahi is the more compact rider. He's shorter, very, very stocky, whereas Kiahi is probably close to 6 foot. He's a little bit more slender, and he manages to control that swing weight of his and keep his core tight. And
going for that kite loop
uses his
again.
long legs there for the rodeo, manages to wrap them around fully.
Just getting that time. I mean, it's so hard to navigate. These guys are taking off, doing a kite loop, spinning upright, left and forward, and then coming down, and they have pretty much like a motorbike dirt track to bump themselves around and stay on top of that board. So it is really hard. Super close results at the moment. 16.27 for Machu Lopez, and then 15.91 from Kiahi, and that last move will be added to that score. So yeah, super, super close. So here we are. See if Kiahi's going to try James Carew's move again. He's coming in, maybe looking for that. He is there. He does. 5, almost went for it. Almost.
Yeah, if it wasn't for riders like Machu Lopez from Cape Verde, which was the development hub, as we see him going for this rodeo again. This time he's higher, got the kite loop bigger, no trip hazard this time, and made it really, really nicely. So yeah, Machu Lopez, one of the innovators on the tour, came up behind Mitu Montero, grew up in Cape Verde as well, saw what Mitu was doing, and Machu and Ayrton took the mantle and carried everything forward. And really, if it wasn't for those guys making such a good job on this first year of the tour, then there would have been no second and third tour. But tour organisers and developers and sponsors liked what they saw, and that is why we are in the 3rd year of the tour right now and watching what we see, where we see Kiahi Diaboit is coming in. We've seen him make a couple of those attempts and not make them before. That one looked like he was higher, committed to the kite loop really well. Got the board underneath him and a really stacked landing this time.
Oh, smooth.
Variations on the loops there from Machu.
Stay standing up.
Joe, 2 different variations on back rolls there from Machu. Big kite loops in both of them.
Yeah, really impressive. One of them doing that back loop rodeo, and one of the things I love about Machu in the kite loops, he does that fishing pole. He just literally, both hands on one side of the bar and full determination. You know when he's going to land it. He's looking down the line, looking at navigating his way through that chop, and you could see in that move he was not going to let himself fall off.
Yeah, there's a lot of air navigation that goes on in these tricks, isn't there? Particularly the more and more wind. Machu and Ayrton, 2 the guys who go the biggest. And if you're trying to hold your breath through an entire trick, you kind of need to be a bit of a diver sometimes. But gesticulating to somebody there, wanted to change something, wondering what's happening. But we saw Kiahi going for a big back roll with a shove it at the top. And what I really like to see about that, there's no grab on the way at the top. You get to the apex and spin the board. This is the triple back roll that Machu felt he was a little bit underscored for yesterday. The day before.
It's a tough one to call that. Hats off to Machu. That is a very difficult maneuver, but nothing to do with like the triple front roll he has. The triple front roll is a bit smaller. That is quite a lofty tweaking kind of a trick with the triple back roll. For sure, definitely up in the 6.5, maybe even 7 point area, but I definitely, I'm a personal fan more of his triple front roll. Looks a little bit more consistent.
Anything with the front roll rotation and no grab is going to be much more difficult, isn't it? So
yeah. Kyahi's looking for that toe side air 5. Let's see if he got it. Very close right now. 27.16 for the Australian and 30.74. Matthew seems to be gesticulating to people on the beach, wondering what's happening. I think he has some of his teammates there with the live score, and it's the beauty of it. There you go, coming in very solid, having that one he rides out of. I think maybe he didn't get counted on that last one he did, because even though he landed, the kite fell on the water, so technically he's not planing out of it there. I mean, you have Kyahi spinning the board around. Very close score sheet right at the moment. Judges doing a top job of marking the small decimal differences in between them.
Here we go, 1, 2, with a shove it as well. Cheeky. But yeah, absolutely carbon copies of the same trick both times there, Matthew. The difference being that just managing to bring the kite round into power better on the second time. But just wanted to make sure that that particular rodeo combination trick was as high as it could be.
Yeah, both of the guys riding really well. Every single time Matthew is coming to the shore, he's talking to them. This is the beauty of the live score, and he has someone on the beach telling him how much the difference is, what families he's touched, and how he's see what he's got for us on the outside. Kyahi missing a few of the tricks. Yeah, not quite getting a hand of the choppy conditions, but still giving Matthew a solid run for his money here. 1, 2, 3. Almost. That was the move that gave it to him in Portugal, and once again, that was the move that gave it to Camille Delanois here in Brazil. The dreaded triple. If you see someone throwing a triple in your heat, you know you're in trouble.
It's spelt doom, hasn't it, for anybody who has seen that come up against them in any heat. The killer move, double from Kyahi. You see the expression on the inside, knew that had gone from early on in the trick.
Just slipping that front foot off at the very end. Matthew, toe side air. All of them are trying to go for that move, the toe side air 5, really technical move. Kyahi there, great to see all the teammates there getting it ready. All of the, it's all about a huge family. Kyahi knows exactly where he is, looking at his watch. He, experienced rider like Mr. Boites, it knows what he has to do, what second, and hopefully that kite will move out of the camera so we'll be able to see what he's actually going for.
All right, here we go, closing stages of the heat. It's only going to get better from now on. 2 points needed for Kyahi.
That will count. That will count. The question will be is if it was the same trick family. We didn't see the beginning of that trick.
Looked like a kite loop from the trajectory he was coming in on. He already had a kite loop scored in the 5-point category. 6.43 for a kite loop. Fairly
yeah,
good score.
That's a hard one to beat. Let's see, interesting, very close heat from both of the riders. Starting off really well, both of them having a little bit more difficulty on the second half of the heat to navigate their way forward. So, yeah, impressive moves. I mean, these guys are the best of the best.
Yeah, as we just enjoy the heat package. Just look how much goes on in each trick as we watch and enjoy Kyahi this time. Going for that James Carew special maneuver, not with the shove it on the end, but still making the double front roll with 5.
So much control in the air there, beautiful to see. There's the fishing pole.
This is one of the rodeos, is it the successful one? Oh, savage. Double back off the wave. Here's the triple attempt. Oh, there was the double, sorry.
That was the
Triple's
double.
going to come up in a moment.
We have Kyahi going for that front shove it, landing it perfect on the back part of that chop. That was one of the best ones I've seen from him all event. And here we have Matthew, front shove it also. They look like looking back, just making sure everybody, did you see that?
What I'm loving about these highlight packages and these slow-mos is you're seeing every trick in great detail. So as a technique item, hope you guys are enjoying the schooling that you're having here. Kyahi getting ripped through the air on a kite loop. Lands it. It wasn't quite enough, we don't think, from the last scores that we saw. This will be the successful back roll rodeo from Matthew.
So much control through the air. He's 3 meters in the air. He already knows exactly where he is, where he's coming down. And this is that triple back loop. What score did that get, Jim?
Looks like hasn't quite come up on mine. He got a 5 for it the other day, and he believed he should have been more 6, 7 range. It was the clinical move that if he had got 1.5 points more, it would have seen him through. So understandably gutted about that.
important move to have, and great to see the innovation. And yeah, it's just, I love how you can see Matthew. He's just so under control of the movement coming in.
Here's the
And here
triple.
you go. This is that's the double shove it. He was trying, almost had that one. He's one of the few riders that can do that double shove it. I think only other person doing that is Teo Demanis, the youngster. And there's the triple. He actually landed that with the board straight forward, just not having the kite quite in the right position. So that's that kite loop we didn't see. So a little kite loop. So great to see from both of these riders, and we'll be back with the result after this commercial break. So we are back with the ladies. We have Carla Herrera from Spain and JC Edin from Sweden gonna battling it out here in the next round. Impressive heat coming now. Carla Herrera, one of the top freestyle strapless riders from the girls, and then Joanna Edin just having a little bit of a trouble with her kite there, bringing it down. So Carla navigating by the side of her. Yeah, it looks like she's all right. Oh, some reason I think we've just been... Yep, we've just been AP'd. I can see a sports director here. For some reason, looks like we have a technical difficulty there. So give us a second. For some reason, this heat has been put on postponement.
But yeah, having just 8 girls in the double elimination get through their ladder nice and quickly, and what the aim is, I'm sure, from race director Juan Antonio, is to bring us to a really exciting finale with both finals back to back for the men and the women. So stick with us wherever you are. It's Friday. Hopefully you're grabbing the beers in early and pulling up a pew to watch this live stream wherever you are. Hopefully it's a good wind forecast wherever you are for the weekend. Everyone loves getting out for a session. We are in Brazil. The wind doesn't really turn off here, so and it doesn't ever get boring either, believe it or not. But anyway, you are looking at Prea Beach, Ceará State, northeast corner of Brazil, home of the longest downwinders. We are 4 hours north of Fortaleza, 3.5 hours north of Cambuco, one of the first kiteboarding hubs and probably the most famous kiteboarding spot in Brazil. And what else can you say about the place? Okay, just an update for you there. The reason we are on hold is we're just having a look at Kiahi and Matthew's heat again. Obviously, super critical. It is knockout stage at the minute. So both riders are in contention for second place in the championship. So this is a real nail-biter. We only have one more event on the World Tour after this. It is in Australia, Melbourne. That's coming up in a couple of weeks in December. So the chances for reprisals for these guys are getting fewer and fewer. So both riders super keen to get through here. They've invested a lot in the tour this year, followed every event. Are very much tied at the top, in the top part of the championship, in the top 3. So this is a big call. Pressure on the judges for this one. We did see it was tight. We just as we closed out the heat there, we just saw the footage of Kiahi landing a kite loop. Not the biggest one, but he didn't need a huge amount of points to catch Matthew. So we will see. But Matthew looked like he was getting a lot of calls from the beach. No doubt guys also watching this live stream, they would have seen the live scores on there. Matthew looked like he was pretty relaxed. He is ever anything but relaxed, but I wonder what his friends and fellow riders were telling him on the beach. That's Juan Antonio there, race director, gesticulating. Oh, face palm. What's that face palm, Alba? Don't do that, Juan Antonio. Come on. No one likes to see a face palm.
You can see race director giving Jaime Reyes at the bottom there a little bit of a talking to. I can see them in the corner of my eye. Yeah, you can. Looks like Daniel Jimenez, head judge, is revising that heat from Kiahi and Machu. Seems like there was a slight discrepancy on one of the moves. So as it's a knockout series,
let me just tell you what's popped up on my screen, Joe. Oh, it's gone off again. Obviously the guys. You can see Danny there. Danny in the hat, looking into the cardboard box. Self-made shadow for his screen. We are, guys. Chill. Many Spanish friends in charge above us here. We're sat beneath these guys in our little hot box. Here we go. Juan Antonio, what do you got to say? Nobody messes with Juan Antonio. What he says goes. Military police security marshal before this. You ain't messing. Let's see. Jaime Jerez there in the corner, the flag man, sports director. Important role, the flag. Needs to be got right. Tense times. Looks like Carla there and JC just waiting to go out. Will they be out? Will they not? You can tell we're live, can't you? Very organic. Okay, so we are going to bring you the result very, very shortly. It is coming to us. Can you stand it? Just refreshing. Spinning Wheel of Doom going on my computer at the minute, Joe. Just adding to the tension.
The dreaded spinning Wheel of Doom. I hate that thing.
Come on.
Gives you two options: throw the computer out of the window or have some patience. Let's go for the patience right now, hey Jim.
Usually it makes you want to quit work early. I doubt lots of people are doing that on a Friday afternoon. Here we go. Can hear Juan Antonio from above us. What is the voice from the clouds going to tell us?
Voice from the clouds is telling us that we are going to start here with the heat of the ladies between Carla Herrera and JC Edin. So there we go. Red flag for the heat between Carla Herrera and JC Edin. Spinning Wheel of Doom has me on the edge of my seat here, Jim.
Hey, here we go. And that's an incorrect one. So
that's not the right one yet. So soon we will know the results of the heat between Kiahi and Machu, please. And then that way we'll be able to give you guys exactly what happened after the revision of that trick.
Okay, eyes down again for the judges. As you were. Everybody back on track. We are under red flag, awaiting the start of the women. Tough for the women. This isn't any of their fault that they have been made to hold on a little bit. Carla Herrera having to hold her cool. Went out earlier than she wanted yesterday. She's the current tour leader. Up against JC Edin. An improver on this tour. Oof, yeah, it's hot, mate.
It is hot. It's definitely warm. I mean, we've got 25 to 30 knots, 25 to 30 degrees.
Just catching a little coffee there, Juan Antonio.
Yeah,
keeping his cool.
That would be a cappuccino. He's putting a lot of concentration there in his coffee. That's it. Now he's off. Everybody,
loads of experience.
Stand to attention. Stand to attention.
He will love all this, wouldn't he? Like, he loves the tension. He's got so many years from the Windsurfing World Tour, which is why he's been brought across to kite sports. The Kite-Surfing World Tour. We're in good hands.
We are. He has a lot of experience. Keeps us in check, Jim.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully you're going to be in good hands on the live stream here. Joe and I are seeing exactly what you're seeing.
Yeah.
So
let's see. So we're almost getting this heat started. Carla Herrera from Spain, one of the really good strapless freestyle riders out there. And then we have JC Edin from Sweden. Progressed hugely since the last time we've seen her, so it's great to see both the girls on the water. And yeah, let's see who prevails through this heat and keeps on going through the competition. The winner of this heat will be going against Charlotte Carpentier from France. Charlotte, a really impressive rider during this year, coming winning stuff like the best trick in Portugal with that 360 shove it, and we've seen her. Really nice move I like from her is that body varial. Jim goes around, hand plants the board, spins her legs around the top, comes around, loops the kite. Really nice and stylish girl rider.
In the featherweight division, Joe, I would say, and I guess has to compensate for her lack of weight by bringing in a bit more fluidity, looking for grace. Doesn't ever go as high, but has managed to find ways around that. So she will be coming up. Finished 4th in the single elimination. So she will be looking to take herself one step forward. We are finally into yellow flag zone, Joe.
We are yellow flag. 1 minute to the start of this heat. Juan Antonio looks a little bit more relaxed. I think they resolved what happened in that last heat. Let's see what the final result is. We're still waiting here. Tension. I can see Matthew and Kiahi outside the box, walking around from side to side. They know it's close. They know it's important. The winner of that heat will be going up against the Spaniard Gustavo Arrojo. So hopefully we know the results soon. I can see one of the head judge. Yeah, Mr. Head Judge is walking down the stairs, I think, to inform of the results. So we'll update that to you guys ASAP.
So yeah, just to bring you up to speed, if you have indeed just tuned into the live stream, we have been cracking through the men's double elimination, and we are almost at the final knockout stage. We've just seen a really, really tense heat between Matthew Lopez and Kiahi Diaboites. We are still awaiting the result of that, which is why there has been a pause. Right now, after that delay, while all that discussion was going on, finally the girls are back in action, and we will be switching between girls and guys as we progress towards the 2 finals, the men's and the women. They will be appearing in quick succession as we reach the climax of the day. But right now, Carla Herrera against JC Edin back on the water, and they will be pleased to get their heat underway. They've been stood on the beach side for 10 minutes now, so let's see how they can start their heats off. Carla Herrera, current tour leader, a little bit more of a strapless freestyle specialist, whereas the other girls tend to be more wave specialists, so a bit more pressure on her shoulders.
Yeah, Carla riding in Tarifa as well. I mean, if Tarifa had waves, that's it. It would be 2,000 kites on the water, Jim. And yeah, you can see she's a very solid strapless freestyle rider. Nice little 1 foot there. And Joanna Edin before doing a really nice back roll, so putting a couple of good scores up on the board in the early days. So yeah, this is definitely going to be an interesting heat. You can see Joanna there riding on the pro whip from Duotone, really all-round board. And here we have Carla with her Ocean Rodeo board there, really nice and thin, nice and wide, easy for landing.
Ocean Rodeo Kite Brunotti board.
Excuse me, Jim.
Yeah. No worries.
So let's see, we have Joanna here scoping out some flat sections. She's probably looking for that little air reverse. Let's see, yeah, no, not trying to get it. Carla showing her how it's done in the flats. Really nice little tweak there. Let's see. Looks like the wind's a little bit lighter here at the moment, so both riders are going to have to really navigate and use the chop to be able to get that height off the board. So hard task for both of them. Let's see Carla on the outside. Looks she's like putting the kite up top. Is she going to go for something?
Joe, I'm sorry, I'm just going to cut in here. It was bugging me. We both got it wrong. As a magazine editor, I couldn't let it lie. It's not a Brunotti board, it's a Limit Waves. Is that custom from Tarifa?
That is custom from Tarifa. Sorry, Ricardo. I didn't realize that one.
Well, even worse for you. You'd have had to go back to Tarifa.
That's all right. I can have my own.
Okay, both girls coming in here. Camera switches to Carla Herrera, who is upwind. Dealing with the chop. That Limit Wave board handling the chop nicely. Look at the way, dreamy.
Oh, no, just getting the wind underneath the front side of that board, pulling it off of her feet, but really nice rotation, nice and vertical. Nose over nose, tip over tip, great performance there from Carla Herrera. And we see Joanna Edin on the outside looking for a piece of chop. Nice little rodeo, and Carla following in her a little bit close. Come on, girls, give yourself some distance.
I tell you what, nobody likes being chased up the beach, do they? Carla right up the backside there, JC, and when she popped a trick, was forced into an emergency tack situation.
And results in from that last heat, they left us hanging here. So I will give you, we have in the next heat up against Gustavo Arrojo, will be from Cape Verde, riding under the flag of Spain, Machu Lopez. Congratulations, Machu. That is a big win for you. Really good riding from both of you. And Kiahi, the boy, it is an insane performance coming off of a wave board not so long ago and performing once again incredibly for strapless freestyle.
So solid. Always a pleasure to watch Kiahi. But here we are. This is actually our very first live stream for the Global Kite Sports Association Kite-Surf World Tour, and we've seen drama. It's all happening.
Ooh, they're kiting so close.
This is a tactic.
This is a tactic. I can see both of them.
Blocking each other out.
Here we go, Joanna, probably going for that back. That's really nice rotation. You can see you know, pushing that front foot in, hanging it out, pushing the back leg, going around, bringing that board, landing. Unfortunately, not quite getting the landing on that one, but really nice style. And here we have Carla, a little shove it transition, just small maneuvers, but putting points on the board and doing well in this heat.
Yeah, riding away from tricks is the aim of the game at the moment here in these tricky water conditions, and avoiding each other also seems to be the aim of the game as well. Got the magnets on these girls, I believe. Little back roll from JC. Nice riding away from it, looping the kite into the power on landing to pull it away from the trick. Carla dealing nicely with a little bit of white water there, stacking up the white water there. Four tricky bits she had to get through as she brought her board around the right way. So many elements involved in strapless freestyle. When you first learn it, it's incredible how just going in a straight line flick switches so much in your brain. You know, you're so busy. Here comes another bit of chop, got to deal with it. Move your weight back as you go over it, move it forwards as you come back down the other side. And yeah, so much going on. When you come to tricks, it's really another world. But here we go, little back roll, keeps the front foot on there. Looks like a nice little technique to help keep the board on as you go round. So if you are watching that and learning back rolls, try that next time.
Just kicking out the tail there, just checking something. Oh, Joanna landing way too close to the fins for comfort. I hope she's okay there. Just pop shoving that away. And these girls, they're tacking really, really close. Small tacks. Definitely tactics here.
Getting all up in your face.
Yeah, literally. It's, and, you know, kiting so close to each other, especially with strapless. So you see she's not turning around. And once again, there you can see they're having to stop because one's in front of the other. It's better to give yourself some extra space. But obviously, you know, psychological aspect there, do it in front of you so you see I can do it. And Carlo on the way out, probably going to start to try that back loop rodeo that she's been learning to do over the summer period down in Spain. So let's see, she's looking for a piece of chop. Come on, Carla, don't leave me hanging here. Here we go, 1, 2, 3, no, just a little board off transition. Nice and collected, keeping the ball close to the body. Again, once again, just putting the trick. And a nice shove it there from Joanna Edin. Really nice.
And right in front of Carla.
Yeah, and just tacking underneath her again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, come on, Carla, you can't do your trick there. But yeah, nice to get a board shove it trick right in there. Oh, nice to see the girls on screen together, Carly. That was an aggressive carve. Looked like she wasn't happy there, did she?
Wasn't too happy. It's like, all right, you're going to feel this.
Come on, found myself a bit of space. What can you do with it, Carla?
Let's see, looking for the chop. And no, not quite getting it. Maybe on the outside. Joanna slightly landing something there, not quite. But yeah, really nice pop shove it from her there on the outside. Nice little transition, flicks the board around, lands on top of it, comes out the other side. Yeah, really good.
See if we can just catch up with some actual scores that have been locked in.
It's that wheel of death.
Oh, God, it's still going, Joe. I'm going to have to do system restart, I think.
Again, both of them together. Oh, not quite. Carla coming into the shore with some speed. Let's see what she's got for us. Definitely looks determined, putting the kite up. She's... No. There you go. Hand off, talking to the shore, making sure she's seen by how many points she's winning. Oh. Face of determination there, mate. Dreaded glare, as my mum would say.
Oh, nobody wants that from Mrs. Siastula, do they? You know you're in trouble, Joseph.
Joseph.
Okay. Both girls again heading out on the same tack. JC, no doubt, looking to see what Carla has. Goes to the rodeo. Does she land? Comes out of it as a transition. I would imagine JC's right in her way there as well.
Of course.
Oh,
seems to be, and
no.
vice versa.
Good ladyship there. She's tacked away the other way. Giving Carla some space. Carla's unsure of the message coming from the beach.
Yeah, he's definitely wondering what's going on. I mean, we've got this.
Well, I imagine they probably wanted to know what the score is, and perhaps it would help if we could see the score in the top corner. There seems like the riders, helpers on the beach are keeping this score tight. No secrets given away. Carla, you've just got to do what you can do and hope it is good enough. So let's see.
So yeah, a good heat from both of them. A couple of really good moves. Really like that shove it from Eddie, and then some of those little pop air reverses from Carlo on the inside, navigating well through that white water.
Yeah, well, let's see how many families perhaps they did go through. So air tricks, I imagine we saw an air trick from both of them. We certainly saw, I don't think we saw back rolls in that heat, did we?
Yeah, we did from Joanna.
Did we?
Saw a back load from Joanna. Nice one as well.
We did, you're right. Yeah, perhaps Carla didn't. Board off tricks. Rodeo tricks, we saw some rodeo attempts. I think the girls needed a bit more height for those. Handle pass tricks, we didn't see any of those. We rarely see those, in fact. Ayrton Cuzzolino, Evan Netch has done a couple here. Usually the masters of those. Kite loop tricks, we didn't see any of those in those heat. But kick tricks we did, and that's the one that we saw that JC dropped right in front of Carla there. Two of the hardest working guys on the team there. Idva van der Heide, a man of many kiteboarding magazine covers. Just looking casual there, hands on the hips. Next to him, Mintautas Grigas. Mintautas has asked me to mention his Instagram, but it's very complicated. Minty Grigas or something, but something like that. It's not his name. I can't remember exactly what it is. But he does all our highlight videos. If you've watched those before, really, really beautifully put together. Highlight packages. Joe's just looking at what it is now. We better find Idva's as well. His is easy. His is at Idva. Yeah. So if you want to see all the images, go and see him.
Mint is going to owe me beers by the end of the day if I'm putting this out.
Come on, let's find it. Let's find it. Oh, there's the reverse from JC, just fighting the kite on exit. Here's a back roll. I do beg your pardon, Carla. There was a back roll from you in that trick family as well. Almost into the rodeo family there. Here the girls, what we saw a lot in this heat, coming into each other. Carla just seeing JC go for that little shove it trick. Keeping the legs dry, riding away. Nice one. Hi guys, welcome back to Prea. Your host on the live stream are myself, Jim Gaunt, editor of Kite World magazine and press manager for the Global Kite Sports Association Tour. And to my right, Josie Astula, PKRA pro rider once upon a time, and tour manager for the Kite-Surf World Tour. And we are loving the fact that we're bringing you now the final stages of the men's double elimination of round 7 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour. And Gustavo Arroyo up next against Matthew Lopez, who has just come through an epic battle on the water, and then no doubt an epic battle in the judges' tower, just to make sure that they dissected everything correctly. It was tight in terms of numbers, tight in terms of tricks, but Matthew Lopez prevailed over Kiahi Diaboites, and he is going to be pleased to be up against Gustavo. And we are into a part of the ladder now where whoever wins this heat goes directly into the next heat to await the rider who finished in the top 4 of the single elimination. So In the heat after this, we'll see Mitu, then it'll be James Carew, then Ayrton Cuzzolino, and then finally awaiting in the final is Camille Delanoy, who won the single elimination final yesterday. But we will be switching into women's heats between this to give the riders some chance of recovery as they climb up the double elimination. And one rider who's on the charge right at the minute, Gustavo Arroyo, he's the guy on your screen from Spain, immediately into the game with a front roll, Matthew double back roll.
Yeah, Gustavo actually hitting the shove it on that front roll, so really good start. And Matthew there with a double back roll. These boys mean business. They know what's on. They know what's happening. They know, you know, what they're up for here. And Gustavo toe side on the way out. Both of them with speed, looking for that piece of chop. Toe side air, nice. Toe side air free, really nice and controlled, showing full control of the board throughout the move. Nice flow, nice stability. Great move there for Gustavo Arrojo.
Yeah, it's like watching a calculator go up on the left-hand side at the minute, isn't it? Great to have the heat board back on. Important because it is going to be busy in this heat. So toe side 3 there from Matthew, making it look easy. Little air from Gustavo, certainly not what he was aiming for, but just bailed on it and decided to head back out on the other tack for another go at something else. Generally, it's one trick per tack from the riders on the live stream here. Huge back roll into the tic-tac from Matthew. Oh, it's just smooth, isn't it? He's so much time coming in on the landing. That's the difference between him and a lot of the other riders. Just seems to have some extra wings.
Yeah, really manages to get the trick done early in the stage of the jump, and then has all that time to just calculate, see where he's going to land, have the time to put the kite in the right position. So Gustavo Arrojo here, not quite navigating that chop with that kick off of the board. You can see the board went up into his hand a little sideways, so makes it even harder for him to be able to perform that trick. And that is a face of determination right there. Matthew Lopez ready to kill.
Here's the triple.
And a free, yeah, nice landing. That's going to be in the 6.8, 6.9 range. Very good trick there. Gustavo on the outside, nice lofty front roll. Also racking up the tricks there. They're exchanging the lead of this heat moment by moment, so good performance from both the riders.
Looks like we're going to be heading for at least a 40-point trick score for both these riders, so still plenty of action to come. Watch those tallies go up as we go. We're still only in the first couple of minutes of the heat, so felt like Matthew was just taking a bit easy against Kiahi at the end there. He looked like he was having a bit too much fun. Has started this heat against Gustavo with fire, but he's going to have to, because look at Gustavo. He is on it.
He's on it, and once he's changing kites, so he's got that kite loop in the bag, and now he's pissed off with someone not being able to get his kite there quick enough. But yeah, come on. Make sure that it's all right. Chill, don't let go of the kite. Nice and easy. Relax, Gustavo. You're doing well. Don't put extra stress on yourself.
Here he goes with the rope harness, having to reset his chicken loop. But I'm not sure why he was so intent on that, because Matthew... well, Matthew didn't capitalize on that, really. Gustavo is expanding a lot of energy, and let me tell you, he's already been busy this morning. He was foil boarding out at Jericoacoara at 4:30 this morning.
The foil master.
So, yeah, loves to be on the water, but here we go. This is his first maneuver, big rodeo. Or this is his second one in the heat. I think this is where he then came in, rode out some chop, and then decided he needed an urgent gear change. So let's see the effect that it's made.
Yeah, so I think he's still holding the lead here. Gustavo, points will be coming up on the board in a second. Matthew navigating in, probably going to see a kite loop back row. There you go, nice little kite loop rodeo. Keeping it easy, nice and control through the kite. Not such a big height in that trick, but definitely putting at least a 5-point something on the scoreboard.
Exactly. Oh, boosted into a back roll in the corner of the screen.
Just grabbing... The control these guys have throughout the air, you know, you can see him grabbing the board in between his feet. Gustavo, nice back roll grab, landing hard, but absorbing all of that power through his knees. So look how close it is, and I'm presuming that last back roll isn't on that score yet. So it looks like probably Gustavo will be going into the lead after that last trick. So obviously not quite understanding why he had that kite change mid-heat. Going close. I just throw a little water at you there, Matthew Lopez. Just make sure. See if I can not. Yeah, wow. Matthew just says that doesn't matter how much water you throw in my face, mate. I'm still going to land the trick. So
bring it on, buddy.
Bring it on, buddy. This is war. So yes, great performance from both of them. Really solid ride. And I love how fast these guys are riding. They're going into the trick, confident, determination at full, going high. And there you can see, you know, Machu Lopez, front shove it, just hitting the chop there. We have Gustavo Rojo, back row, tic-tac, rodeo to a bundle. That won't be scoring. So, yeah, close heat for both of them. Hard conditions on the landings. Very, very tight.
Just lost the kite above his head there, didn't you? So just a few feet from the, just a few feet away from the water, he suddenly started to drop, and there's no way you can pull the kite back round at that point. So, yeah, both riders really, really busy, as you have to be at this stage. We're just 3 rounds away from the final. Machu Lopez, not the highest, but riding away from it. Tricks both ways from Machu, which we can always rely on the inside and out. Very, very accomplished rider. As we say, one of the instigators of strapless freestyle, and we can see why.
Yeah, you can see there he's 30.16. 1, 2, solid double front roll there from Machu. That's going to be a 7-point score. It's the fluidity and just how he doesn't stop the rotation a minute. So Gustavo, after that one, he's going to have to step it up. Howie, all the fins.
Guaranteed heat winner this time last year, that double front. Now it's moved on to the triple front, so you can see how quickly we are moving forward. But not only the front roll rotations that are developing, every trick family of the sport is moving forward. There are 6 trick families that the judges are looking for, but primarily the overall thing that I guess they're looking for when it comes to this 25 to 30 knots is height and amplitude and power.
Definitely, and you saw Machu there, thumbs up, thumbs down, looked like Caesar determining the life of the rider. Maybe he's got a sniper there on the beach deciding if he's going to have to take the headshot on Gustavo Rojo, so watch out, Gustavo.
Well, it looks like Gustavo's having a few problems out the back. Did we see his kite in the water? Just got a glimpse of it. Looks like he's got it back up now. Been in the water for longer than he would have liked to be. Machu got a couple of tricks in the meantime.
Oh, that's the psychological aspect right there. Did you see, looking back, Gustavo, did you see what I just did? That was a front shove it, just in case you didn't realize.
That was for the board spray.
Payback, and no, he's not quite getting that tic-tac, and Machu Lopez high score on that front shove it.
Here we go, hand off the board, ready to grab. Oh, rare from Machu, rare that you see him grab the board, mishandle the board with his hands. He's usually a magician in terms of the way he can handle the board. But anyway, he will have to start again. Looks like Gustavo didn't find anything that he liked on his tack on the way back out. Comes back in from the top left of the heat box.
Yeah, he's going to be looking for this back roll tic-tac that's been resistant to him throughout the competition. It's good speed, goes up, gets it, back roll shove it. Not quite.
Did well.
But I'm impressed with how he recovered from that move. That was not exactly what he wanted to do, but you know, this is when the experience and the quality of these riders is really portrayed. In the middle, adapted to the situation, the current thing that was going wrong, spun the board around a little bit more, let it down in a perfect position to land on top of it and get a good score. But look at Machu Lopez. He's almost near 45 points. This is even better than his last heat.
Exactly, yeah. Gustavo just catching the board wrong on the way on that last trick, catching it in the back of his hand instead of the front and having to adapt, which made him add an extra 180 in there, but he landed it as we see Machu. Oh, I like it when they do this. When he turns upwind as an upwind carve, like on a foil, that's magic, but to do it on a surfboard is unbelievable. Really nice. Ayrton does that really, really well. Comes in and turns it into an upwind tack toe side. So nice.
This is 1, 2, and double front rodeo.
On fire.
Really good. This is what I love to see of Machu. When you see Machu linking tricks and start doing those little transitions, like you say, you know he's in his zone. You know he's happy. He's really happy with his riding. And I'm not surprised. That was an A performance from the duotone rider from Cape Verde riding under Spain. And also a top performance there from Gustavo Rojo. I mean, millimeters are out from the 40-point score. Machu Lopez putting a huge 52.41 on there. And you can see the confidence in his eye. Super psychological rider, Machu. And when he's in that mindset, he is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. And more from Machu to come, no doubt, as we look at Gustavo Arroyo for what we believe is to be the final time in this competition. But this is the third heat we've seen him in today. Prevailed against Evan Netsch in the last round in a tight heat. Evan was looking like one of the favourites, if not for top 3, top 5. But Gustavo put an end to that on your screen is Matthew just gracefully linking together all the moving parts of these intricate tricks. Here's the triple back roll.
Boom.
Nice transition.
There you go, Gustavo on the outside. I really like how they do those. That's like Gianmarco's. It's nice and lofty up. Gustavo, absolutely great performance, hitting that 40-point mark. You can be happy. That's a solid hit. But you know, he came up against a motivated and very, very in sync Matthew Lopez, and yeah, great performance from the Spaniard. But yeah, just not quite enough to edge himself in there. But I mean, Gustavo Rojo coming through at least 3 hits in the double elimination. Great performance, and yeah, congratulations to the Nash rider from Spain.
Yeah, let's just see if we just see that trick where he had to really readjust. This is all Matcha at the minute. We're looking for the one from Gustavo. He just caught the board just slightly in the wrong part of his hand, didn't he? And it was really awkward to bring it back under, and eventually had to bring it around to toe side. But
1, 2, boom, textbook. That is textbook.
Joy of strapless freestyle watching Matthew Lopez. It all makes sense, doesn't it, when you see someone like him?
Makes sense. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, though, mate.
That was the one we thought that Gustavo had sprayed him in the face a moment ago. He got him back. There he goes. He wanted the board on the other side. He wanted to catch the other rail, but just managed to drop it in a position where he could drop on top of it. Nice.
Confident booster there for Gustavo, but Matthew calm and collected all the way through the heat. And like I say, when Matthew is calm and he's in his zone, he's synced and looking back, enjoying himself, that's when he's a dangerous rider. So congratulations to Matthew Lopez and a great performance here from Gustavo Rojo. We'll be right back after the break.
Foi sumido. O sabor original de Sprite voltou.
Welcome back, everybody. Wow, so we are really getting to the crunch time of the competition now. In fact, every heat is mouth-watering, and the last one definitely delivered. Matthew Lopez against Gustavo Arroyo. 2 riders riding for Spain, know each other very well, have competed against each other a lot in the last 2 years on the tour. But right now, we're going to switch it up and hear from an interview with Marcus, who is outside in the heat. Who have you got, Marcus?
Yeah, I'm here with the winner, a clash between Cabo Verde and Spain, Matthew Lopez. Oh my God, man, a lot of combos, huge tricks. How was it inside of the water?
A lot of adrenaline, a lot of good feeling. Every trick that I land is my dream coming true. I really want to get this thing done properly. I don't deserve to be at 5th place, you know. So I'm really looking forward for the next heats. I know it's going to be difficult. The format has been changing. So at the beginning, I didn't study it and spent 2 nights over the list and the tricks. And yeah, I really want it. So really looking forward for the next one.
How are you feeling your board right now?
Feeling very great, feeling great. I'm riding another square board. I'm riding the nose board because the rail is a little bit more thin. I can grab the rail on the pop better, and it makes me feel more comfortable, and I don't want to think about my board, my kite. I just want to go fly and make it happen.
Time to go with a little shout out for our people in Portugal, Cabo Verde, Mozambique, Angola, and Brazil. Show your skill in Spain, of course.
Spain. Aí, galera, muito obrigado por estar aí. A galera aqui na praia, estou super contente. Estou tentando fazer o meu melhor e eu acho que 5º lugar não é um lugar para mim. Posso fazer bem melhor e pronto. Quero dar tudo e chegar lá em cima e pegar o que é meu. En español, ¿no? Chicos, ¿qué pasa? Muy contento de hacer mi manga. Mucha adrenalina ahí dentro, intentando hacer todos los trucos que pueda. Tengo el hombro malo, pero no intento no pensar en esto, porque al final, nada, me emociona un poco.
Okay, man. A lot of emotion here, guys. Just one thing. The beach is not so crowded right now, but the Rancho do Peixe, all about the broadcasting. Everybody's over there having lunch and watching the action with you guys. Back to you, Jim and Joe.
Thank you, Marcos. Make sure that you say congratulations to Mr. Tropical from us in here.
Yeah, loads to pick up on there that Matthew gave us. As you always do, you always get a lot of insight from Matthew. As he said, he definitely deserves to not finish in 5th place, and he's had to battle his way back up in this double elimination to even finish there. But we will analyse what he said the next time he's on the water. But right now, Charlotte Carpentier spinning around the one-handed back roll there, right in front of Carla Herrera. Everybody seems to be doing tricks right in front of Carla Herrera. seems to be the tactic against the current leader.
It's a psychological aspect. I mean, you know, I remember when I was competing, and you'd have a guy do a trick right in front of me, and it's like, oh, okay, it's on. You got to step it up. And Carla is actually quite a psychological rider. She does apply a lot of pressure onto herself. So quite a smart one there. And Carla just making sure that Charlotte knows that she can do that as well, doing a nice little rodeo in front of her. Both of them looking at each other. Nice little shove it. That's the move that won her the best trick in Portugal. She has that really, really under control. Good style, nice and fluid rotation of the board and coming up on top, looking over the back of her just to make sure Carla is what she's doing and how she's going along.
Yeah, finished 4th in the women's single elimination yesterday, Charlotte, and already looks to be have landed 2 tricks that evaded her, I think, yesterday. That little shove it and the one-handed back roll. She did land it. It's like a hand plant, isn't it? You do it, put your hand down and then spin, and then as well.
Oh, little back roll transition.
Nice little variation. It was nice. Showed the base of the board into the wind, and then just let your body weight bring it back down above you as the kite comes back down into power. Charlotte, good tricks so far.
Yeah, really good. And you can see Carla out there. Both of these girls keep them busy. I mean, they are probably 2 of the most dedicated strapless freestylers of the tour. They live in conditions, don't have too many waves, and this is their day-to-day kiting. Once again, the girls just tagging along around each other. Charlotte, a little pop to blind. That's just keep the board underneath your feet. You can see the face of concentration there. She has the war paint on the cheeks and everything.
Yeah, that's her sun cream sponsor. I can't remember exactly the name of them, but no shortage of sun cream for her, no doubt. And it's much needed. So let's see, she's just tacking back in. That was a short run. Obviously wanted to try that trick again, left foot forward. Was close to getting it, just seemed to stumble on a wave. So let's see if she can get a little bit more lucky with the lineup this time.
Yeah, there you go. She's looking for all those fins. Careful, we don't want to slice you in half. Oh, yeah, you definitely saw before on that pop to blind. It's a move that is very similar to the reverts. You've got to make sure you keep the weight on that front foot so those fins don't grab, because as soon as those fins hit the water, it's going to spin the board round, which is fine if you have a low center of gravity and ready for it. But if you're not, let's see if she tries it again. There you go. Front foot forward, kept the weight on there.
Well done.
Bit of a butt check. She's not too happy about that, but some scores on the board, and the face of concentration of Carla is insane.
She wants it into the back roll. We've seen her land these nice ones well before, and did it sensibly a good few feet in front of that oncoming wave. She could have perhaps carved up into the wave if she was a bit more on it. Would have helped around, but you definitely don't want to be landing on the white water strapless like that. It makes it much more difficult. So she managed to navigate her way through that well, and still holds the lead. I mean, with the camera's been focusing a lot on Charlotte. We've been commentating on how she's had a good trick succession so far. That's a variation.
That's the body varial. So she's got 2 of those in the bag. Really nice combination. I love that move.
Spinning around the toe instead of the hand. And that's the thing about strapless freestyle, isn't it? You're just totally free on the board to
express yourself.
Express yourself, yeah. Find a little difference against the other rider. Still very, very new, this sport. New moves developing all the time in the women's and the men's. Obviously, different approaches between the women and the men. The men have been doing it a lot longer, but the girls definitely putting their own stamp on the sport here, and no doubt inspiring other girls to get into strapless freestyle. It's a really nice feeling. Gives you way more avenues than twin tip riding as well. A little bit easier in light wind to get up and going on a surfboard as well. So no doubt lots of girls are watching this and feeling pretty amped to get involved.
Yeah, it's definitely. It's good to see the girls pushing the strapless free ride, and you know, fortunately we had a few riders not being able to make it out to the event, like Muna from Hawaii with a little back injury. She's severely missed here at this event. Always a contender and at the top of the podium. So we wish her a fast recovery, and she must be proud of her girls here, really pushing the boundaries of women's strapless freestyle, and great to see all of the girls pushing hard. And there you go, Charlotte with a nice little rodeo. Not sure if that one's going to count. Stayed in the water a little bit too long, but yeah, definitely she's looking for that trick, and recently changing to core. It seems like the equipment is suiting her, and she's very happy to be here in the beautiful Brazilian waters. So here she comes on the inside, lining up for something. Oh, Carla going down with a bang. I think she's trying that back loop rodeo. 25.81 points on there. And then we have Charlotte Carpentier has 17.16. So these are two of the highest scores we've seen in this women event so far. So really top performance from both of them. But hey, if you're going to bring the tricks out of the bag, it's going to be at this time of the event.
Commentator curse back again there, Joe.
I know, mate. I'm sorry.
Full effect.
You've jinxed me, mate. You've jinxed me.
Well, I tell you what, I had it on the first day, and I've managed to get rid of it so far for the next 2 days. So do what you can, but keep it away from me. So
2 foot between us, mate. 2 foot between us. There you go. That's that back loop. Ow! I always worries me when you have that board so close. You can just see my hairs going up and goosebumps all over.
But as we can see, and as should happen, performances do escalate and improve as we come up to the crunch times of the competition, which we are doing in the men's and women's. We are here at the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour, round 6 here in Brazil. And we are coming up to the crunch times of the competition, approaching the final of the women's.
Yeah, she's got it, almost. Yeah. Really nice move, that one, huh? Going back, turning around, grabbing the board, getting the board in between your legs, redirecting the kite, and then also getting the board back underneath your feet. Super technical move. That's probably one of the most technical moves we see on the ladies' fleet so far.
Yeah, lots of moving parts. Carla's doing well. So yeah, just to confirm that, yeah, we are just a couple of heats away from the women's final, and the same in the men's. So we'll be switching back to the men's in a minute, I imagine, but that is the heat. Oh, both girls just trying to squeeze last tricks in. Carla ejecting away from the board. Big kite loop. We haven't seen a kite loop yet in the women's competition.
Haven't seen a kite loop yet. We've seen a few attempts. We haven't seen a kite loop. All the girls really improving, but yeah, not yet. I wouldn't call it the end. That is, I really like that. That's almost like it's a reverb, but it's almost like a shove it. She really goes round with the board, and you can see Charlotte with the war paint on her cheeks, ready to rumble, and she's done a really good heat. There you go, that front to blind, pop to blind, swinging it around, not too happy with that one, but did get it afterwards.
Kind of a breakdancing style that Carla has, isn't it? There's the one, the spin around the toe. Now she's doing this again that we saw her doing the other day. Charlotte liking to unspin the bar right after the trick. Interesting approach.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's different. Everybody has their little thing. It's like, you remember when Ruben Lent